Hello and welcome everyone. I'm A Squared Gamer and today we are back and we are going to be playing Crusader Kings 3. Bam. Now, ever since the update, my Crusader Kings gameplay has been bugged because my vassals no longer pay any taxes. So we will go back into this, continue our save, and then we will see whether we still run into this issue. I was looking for a wet nurse, I think. And now we will go... Yeah, we're getting 0 money from our vassals. Right here. 0 from all of our vassals. And so what that tells me, because I'm not going to stop playing Crusader Kings 3 again. So what that tells me is that this is the end of the road for the Kingdom of Valencia and for the House March. It was a good run. We lasted 135 years, but I feel like this is going to be game over. 134 years. So if you look at the map, the Kingdom of Valencia is pretty big on the map. Scandinavia is huge up here in the north. Looks like Mongolia fell apart. So that's no longer the largest on the map. Sahara and Adrurids maybe might compete, but I feel like at the end of the day, Tapirids and Persias and Adrurids and Saharas are just far behind what looks like to be the biggest on the map, which is right in the middle of the map, the Byzantine Empire. I feel like them and Scandinavia were the 2 largest empires on the map. And Valencia might not be as big as the Adrurids, but a lot of this land is desert land that you can't even pass through. Yeah, this is all desert, which inflates how big they look. And so we got pretty big. I ended up with what? 7... How many duchies did I end up with? I had Bourbon, Auvergne, Toulouse, and Languedoc in France. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 duchies in France. And then here in Iberia, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 duchies. In Iberia, 4 in France. And we could have formed the Duchy of Vizcaya if we wanted to. Our faith that we created got pretty sizable. I mean, it still can't compete with the Catholics or the Muslims or even the Orthodox. But I feel like compared to all these smaller religions in the north and some of these religions here, Buddhist religions in the southeast, we are comparable in size. If I actually look at other faiths, these are how many counties each faith holds. And if I go down here, we have 38 counties. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So our religion ended up being 18th place in the world. Not too bad. Nothing special, but it's not too bad. And then cultures, the Catalan culture group. It spread a little further than where it started. Originally, it was just in the Duchy of Barcelona. Here, in the Duchy of Barcelona and in the Duchy of Majorca, these 3 islands. And now, it spread past this and this, a little into French lands, and a little westward into Iberia. But I have 23 counties. So the culture did not go as far as I would like it to. It did take over some Occitan lands, which is what half of what Catalan spread from. It was a merger between Visigothic and Occitan that created Catalan. Visigothic disappeared. Occitan, we subsumed. It's a nice word, subsumed. We also tried to take some Andalusian lands, but we didn't have enough time. So that's unfortunate. We are bigger than some of these British Isles cultures. So I think Irish has... Oh, it doesn't tell me how many counties they have. But on the map, we look bigger than Irish and Gaelic, and definitely bigger than Anglo-Saxon and Welsh and Mercian. And even in Europe, we are bigger than Dutch and Saxon. We're bigger than Franconian, I think. I'm not sure what the blue stripes are covering. But we are one of the bigger culture groups in Europe, so that's nice. But looking across the world, the Ostiaks over here are pretty big. And the Booters in Africa are huge. I think they're actually the largest on the map. The Khazars have been around for a while, so they're pretty big. And the Greeks as well in the Byzantine Empire. And then this is our house. House March. And then these March Ahachio. They're a branch of our house. But I feel like we didn't really spread out across the world with our family members. They just stayed in our own country. So that didn't spread much. But let's look at the rest of the maps. We have a plague here going on. No, we do not have a plague. But this is my legend, Pilgrim to the World. Pretty big, and it's still spreading, even though I already stopped its spread. Let's get a Dynasty Legacy while we're at it. It's not really going to do much, but let's make our family more fecund. So that's our little legend that's spreading. County titles. Ooh, that's a lot of counties in the world. Governments. We were a feudal government. And then what's the next map? The next map would be languages. Ooh, Iranian is huge in the Middle East. And Greek, obviously, is huge in the Byzantine Empire. And Norse in the Scandinavian Empire. But there's a little Greek up here too. That's crazy how far Greek spread. And then Mongolic and Shas Turkish here in the former Mongolia before it split apart. So it's surprising how even in Mongolia, only half the people actually spoke Mongolian. Most of them spoke Turkish. Yeah, Iranian is huge. And even Cushitic down here in Africa, in the Horn of Africa, is pretty big. And it's surprising how small Arabic is when you consider how big the Arabic faith is spread across the map. And yet, very few people actually spoke Arabic. Berber is pretty big here. And then our language right here, Diok Voger, you can see right here, in the western half of the Mediterranean Sea, is the language of choice for all of us. Mostly because these two are ruled by my branch house, and then this is my kingdom right here. So we spread our language. Landless rulers. I don't really see what that... Oh, yeah, I can see. It's showing little pockets where the landless rulers are. No, wait, no, it's not. So then what is that landless rulers option? I don't know what it does. We can skip over it. Economy. The red is bad. It's poor. The yellow is rich. So you can see our kingdom over here. It's closer to the yellow than the red, I would say. So we did pretty well economy-wise. And development is the same. We're closer to the yellow than the red. Control. There were a couple counties where we have absolute control, and I think, yeah, the only county that we really don't have control over is Calatayud. We've got pretty good control everywhere else. Meanwhile, diplomatic relations, I don't know what this represents. So I'll leave it alone for now. That is the map of the world at the moment. And then if you look at our house, we have 67 living members. And our dynasty has 81, because remember, we have a branch house over here. We have a couple of branch houses, actually. 3 houses. Yeah, Urgel and Marchahasio. Urgel has 5. That was created by the 2nd generation member of our house who was a daughter. Her name was Ximena, and she created her own adventure camp after the 1st generation founder died. And the 2nd generation, her 2nd generation brother, took the title of Barcelona. So she left, founded an adventure camp, and it has survived to this day. And then Marchahasio was founded by the people who took the islands of Corsica and Sardinia. So there is King Burnett. And he's got quite the branch on the family tree. Look at all these people that descended directly from him. Because he had 6 children. And his children all had a bunch of children as well. His eldest had 5 children. His second only had 2. But his third had 6 children as well. His 4th child had 6 children. His 5th child had 6 children. And his 6th child had 2. So, what's that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4 of his 6 children had 6 children of their own. So his branch on the family tree is huge compared to his siblings here, who didn't have as big of an effect. This is the one who founded House Marchahasio, who in Corsica and Sardinia. And this one is my vassal. And then this brother had 3 children before he became a court chaplain. Or I think he's had them since after becoming court chaplain. So yeah, our side of the family, Cicera's sons, she had 4 sons. And we all really expanded our family tree. Meanwhile, Cicera's brothers, sister, brother, and brother, they did not have as many children. Count Roderick over here tried his best. He had quite a few, but they died young. They didn't reach adulthood. Only 2 of them did reach adulthood, so that's unfortunate. And you know, this kid died at 17. He was the youngest Duke of Barcelona, but he also died his first year of being Duke. He went on a pilgrimage as soon as he became Duke, and he died. So that's unfortunate. He didn't have any children. However, these are all the part of Duke Gospert's branch, which is huge over here. But Duke Gospert also had these 2 siblings who had their own children. So only one of them is still alive, though. Let me try and find if there's someone else alive. No, they're all dead. I think this guy married. He married someone, but he didn't have any children. Okay, wow, they're all dead. This entire side, Alamanda's entire branch died out. That's unfortunate. I was trying to prevent that. I remember I was trying to marry him to someone who was still in my family to try and keep him alive. But it looks like the only member of Duke Gospert's younger siblings who's still alive is this guy. And he's a court chaplain. So he's not even married. This is his former spouse, who was a member of my house. Also, he has a child, but because he married her, the child ends up here. So the branch still lives on. And then over here we have some more sibling. This is House Ergel. Yeah, there's Captain Ximena, who founded the adventure camp. And the adventure camp is still going strong. Under the founder. This one was the founder, Duke Pagan the Wolf. So the adventure camp still going strong. Meanwhile, that was Ximena's. Meanwhile, Arsenda, who was the first child of the founder, her branch of the family, is also still alive. And still members of my house, except for this one. Do these guys have titles? Yeah, this guy's the Count of Huesca. So there's still a title in this family. Yep. So that is our family tree. And that is everything that exists at the end of our game. So we will exit this game and say goodbye to the House of March and the family of Duke Pagan. So now we will begin a new game, and hopefully in this game, the bug that we were seeing with vassals not paying taxes no longer exists. So let's begin a new game. And we did start here in the Iberian struggle. I would like to... Yeah, we started 867. The Iranian Intermezzo, the struggle for Iberia. This is where we started. Wrath of the Northmen, the Great Adventures, the Carolingians. Okay, and then if we start in 1178, we have Swords of Faith and Call of the Empire. So let's start in 867. And the Great Adventures, because we will start as an adventurer. Okay, normal seems to be the most difficult setting, so we will go with normal. And then, do I have to select one of these? I didn't. I remember I started as my own character. But how do I do that again? I don't remember. Okay, here it is. Or create your own. Yes. Because we first started in the Catalan culture group here on the western half of the map, in the western corner of the map, because the Catalonians, you know, are pretty separatist. And now, let's start with another separatist group on the eastern half of the map, and we will go to Tibet. But I want to make sure I get someone who is Tibetan. Oh wait, I just create my own adventure. Not a ruler. We're gonna start as an adventure and we're gonna work our way up. And so we will begin with, let's go with Buddhist. Why not? I think that is the, yes, we chose the Tibetan culture and we started with the Buddhist faith. But can I choose which one? Which one has the smallest? Oh, my mouse just died. I did charge it at the end of last stream, but it wasn't fully charged by the end. I do remember that. Oh, hey, it turned back on and then back off. Okay, that was weird. Let me plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. There's the bloop. And there's the mouse. Okay, so which one of these... Oops. Which one of these is the smallest of the Buddhist faiths? Whichever one is the smallest is the one I will choose. Doesn't really give me that answer, though. None of them give me an answer, so I will go with Ari only because it's the only one of the 4 or 5 Buddhist faiths that does not have the dharmic pacifism trait. I don't know what that trait does, but the fact that it says it's pacifist, I already think will be a disadvantage. So let's not go with any of those ones. We will go with Ari. And then we will be Tibetan. Then there's 4 different types, 6 different types of Tibetans. I don't know what the difference is between any of these. And so I would just choose the one with the traditions that would be most helpful. And I think equal inheritance is a good one. Yes, these are communal. This one's spiritual. These are spiritual. And then Sumpa here is egalitarian. So that means women can inherit land from their parents. And we definitely want the mountaineer tradition because we're in the Tibetan Plateau, which is all mountains. In the Himalayas, which is why we have Himalayan settler as well. So let's go with Sumpa. And then give him a random Sumpa name. Taktasab. Taktasab? Gyalsumdo. Okay. Gyalsumdo. I will leave that alone. And then Rise Up will be our goal for today. For not today, but for this playthrough. And then coat of arms. Let's see. I do like me some red. Only because he's wearing right now red and yellow. If I change the color, does that change his color? Oh, it does. Never mind then. And then let's go with a pattern. We are mountaineers and Himalayan settlers, so let's go with this because it looks like a big mountain. Mountains are green or they're white because of the snow. Let's make them gray. And then layout. Well, let's switch the emblem first. We don't want that French flower, I think is what it is. I'm sure one of these is a Tibetan symbol. I just don't know which one. Let's go with none for now. And then and now let's see if this will actually show me any symbols. This does not. So what about Buddhism? Well, it has the wheel. They all have the wheel. Okay, then let's choose a wheel. Let's see if we can find a wheel. I do not see a wheel. This kind of looks like a wheel. Or this maybe? How about we just go with this? It also looks like a mountain. I think we'll just go with no emblem. Oh wait, we can change abstract animals. Circles and spirals. Okay. Here are some wheels. Just look at everything else that's available. Crosses and knots. Ooh, this wheel. Faiths. And this is the wheel of our faith. Man-made. Nature. Writing. I just quickly scanned through most of them because I already decided I was going to go with the faith symbol, but I wanted to see if there was anything I might have missed. No, we will go with the wheel. Okay, let's go back. Let's start from scratch and do it again because apparently there's some things I can't change. Only because I was in adjusted mode. Even though I was adjusting something I myself created. But that's fine. Now we're back to where we started. And now I can adjust the layout again. But why does it automatically switch my label? It automatically switches the label, which I do not like. Maybe this pattern? And this could be the wheel. No, this could be the wheel. At the peak of the mountain is your faith, right? And then at the bottom, at the base when we first start the climb, I'm making a whole story out of this house sigil. So at the very beginning we have... Those are weird. But no. We have a weapon, right? But this guy's holding... I don't want an arm. So maybe a bow and arrow? Just the bow? A crossbow. But that one's pointing right at Faith. I'm not sure I like that one. Is this a... Okay, no, it's a dagger. For a second I thought it might have been a musket. But no, it is a dagger. Okay, out of all of these, I think the one I liked the most was the bow and arrow. There it is. There, I just wanted to invert the colors. And then for the wheel, let's make it yellow. And let's finish. But actually, I might have to change that color because I remember my Faith had a different color. Yeah, we had the grayish cyan color. So the same color as the mountain. So let's adjust. And change the color here to... Let's go with color picker. Something around there, maybe? I think it was somewhere around there. Finish. Yeah, it's close enough. I'm not gonna be too focused on that. So let's start with Taxstab. Gyalsundo. I'm gonna call him Tack from now on. Let's start him at 16. Oh, at 16 because the younger he is, the more points I have to use elsewhere. But also, at 16 is when he becomes an adult, so I don't want to play as a child. Meanwhile, this doesn't actually do anything. So can I go back to the middle? And then, education-wise, I mean, playing Intrigue really helps with money, as we learned in our last gameplay. We didn't get to play much as learning or steward, so I want to focus more on learning and stewardship this playthrough. But because last playthrough we played a lot as martial and as diplomacy, and even a little as intrigue. But to start off, intrigue would be perfect. And then personality, let's make him something that would help with intrigue. That's intrigue +2. Intrigue +1. Is there any way for me to actually see? Oh, I can just scroll here. Okay. Lustful is intrigue +2. Calm is intrigue +1. So let me actually select the ones I want to choose. So I don't forget them. And even if I won't forget them, so I don't have to keep thinking about them. So then this is deceitful. Calm is +1, so let's get rid of calm and just keep that in the back of our minds. Craven is +2, but lustful is already +2, so we don't need Craven. Okay, we've gone through half. Now let's go through the other half. Ooh, ambitious gives you +1 to everything. And he is starting a new house, so he should get ambitious. Arbitrary is +3 though. To intrigue. Cynical makes you not be religious, and I do want him to be religious, so we will not choose cynical, even though it'll give him +2 to intrigue. Paranoid is +3 to intrigue, and it does increase travel safety, and we are going to be traveling a lot. I don't think I want to do that with anything else. Vengeful, sadistic, and callous will all increase your intrigue, but they also increase your dread. And I don't want to increase my dread. I want to be a sneaky sneaker. I don't want to be a torturous sneaker. So instead we will go with... Which one did I say was good? That gave you ambitious. Yes, I am ambitious. And now I only have 49 points left to use. So let's go with one trait here. I do want something to pass down to my children. Ooh, genius would be 240. That gives me +5 to everything. So what if I remove the 5-star and make it a 4-star? Now, even if I give him 0, it'd still be over 400. Okay, so he can't be a genius. That's unfortunate. But let's make him... What is Born in the Purple? I've never seen that one before. Okay. And let's give him intelligent. Quick. Okay, that's 431. Now I can just remove some of these. I mean... Does he need all of this? 18 is the lowest I can lower it. So now I still need to lower some more. Deceitful is study the art of scheming. It improves my schemes. Okay, I thought maybe that would improve this, but no, it just improves my schemes. That's fine. I have 19 points. If I give everything -1, I'm at 401. I don't think I'll be fighting myself. This is more of a thinker than a fighter. More brain than brawn. So let's lower prowess down to 0. And then use the excess to help some of my other things. I guess I have to put it at 4, and that'll get me to 400. Are there any traits here that can lower? Disloyal gives me -20. So if I choose disloyal, I can do some other stuff. And I'm okay with me being disloyal. I just don't want my vassals to be disloyal. Feeble is minus 45, but it's congenital. I don't want to pass that down. And I don't want to be sick either. Okay, so it looks like disloyal will be... Yep, disloyal is the best one to choose. So I will go with disloyal. That's minus 20, so I'm done at 380 again. Does that mean I can now go, instead of quick, I can be intelligent? No, that's 160. Okay, he can be quick. Then I have 20 points to play with, so let's lower prowess down to 1. And then intrigue is at 19 now. Oh, disloyal gives me +1 to intrigue. Oh, that was even better. Okay. Liege opinion minus 15, but I'm starting out as an adventurer, so I don't need a liege. And then we can increase... What happens if I increase intrigue? 26. And then learning would be 4. This would be 4. This would be 4. This would be 4. Okay, and then I can increase prowess to 4. Okay, I mean, all his other stats will be poor, but they're not terrible. So he can be a little spy. So here's the question. Is this good enough? He's lustful, deceitful, and ambitious. Let's see what those traits give. Lustful is +25. Deceitful is +30. And ambitious is +40. I didn't take this into account earlier. Paranoid is -10, but it helps my intrigue. So let's go with paranoid. And then what else is a minus? Shy is a -10, but it helps my learning. I don't care about that. Craven is a -10, and it does give me +2 to intrigue. So we'll go with Craven. And then lazy is a -10, but it doesn't give me anything good. So now he's paranoid, craven, and ambitious, which will give me +1 to everything to sort of offset the -1 diplomacy here and the -2 martial, -3 prowess. So let's try and offset them a little bit. What was it? Ambitious. Yeah, so he's ambitious. And I'm at 325 just by switching around his personalities. So I have 75 points to play with. How high can my intrigue go? 33 intrigue. And then I believe I can still rate... No, wait, hold on. Oh yeah, 33 intrigue, and I can still raise my martial. And my prowess. That leaves me at 399. So if I lower diplomacy by 1, I think I can increase my prowess. 399. Zero prowess. And he can be a 5 martial. I don't want him to be terrible, but poor is good enough. And then stewardship learning. Lower diplomacy. And I'm at 399 again. There. I lower intrigue to 32. Now I'm at 388. And I believe that gives me enough to be average. No, it doesn't. There. Lower diplomacy, raise learning. Lower diplomacy again, raise learning. There it is. Let's lower stewardship and raise diplomacy. Wait a minute, 398, and this would be 400. So stewardship is worth more than diplomacy? Why? Every 6 points in stewardship increases the domain limit by 1. It also directly increases taxation. But I will start out as an adventurer, not a ruler, so I will not need any stewardship. So that's fine. Let's make that 5 along with martial. Prowess can be terrible, I don't care. Then give the rest to learning. 10 learning and 8 diplomacy, or 9 in each. This would make them both average. This would make only 1 average. So yeah, that extra point doesn't matter. So let's have them both be average. So he'll be excellent at intrigue, average at diplomacy and learning, poor at martial and stewardship, and then terrible at prowess. I'm not expecting any fights, and so that is good. It's good that I decided to start as an intrigue character, because these personality traits not only give you a boost in intrigue, paranoid and craven, but they also give you a minus points. So they actually lower my customization points instead of raising them like all the other traits do. So that was perfect. And Disloyal did the same. It lowered. Now let's look at education. Is there any education? I don't think there is. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense if there is. So let's keep them at 5-star. And just in case I miss something, let's just go through the traits one more time and see if there are any negatives. Drunkard. That's a tiny health penalty, though. I don't want that. Reclusive. Nah, that lowers my diplomacy. This one whips himself, so that's a tiny health penalty as well. Improvident does what? Habitually gives far more money away to charities than they can reasonably afford. Lowers my monthly income. But as an adventurer, do I have monthly? No, I do have. So I don't want that. Contrite. Ooh, that's -2 intrigue, so definitely not that. Comfort Eater. -1 to stewardship. But it's only a -5. Meanwhile, down here, melancholic, lunatic, and possessed are all health penalties. Yeah, these are all health penalties. Disfigured will give me a -10. So I would have been okay with that, except it's -4 to diplomacy, -20% to fertility. That's a lot. And I don't want to be a eunuch, because then my game would end. I wouldn't have a player heir. I need to have some children. And these are all the inheritable traits. Fecund is +50, while Quick is +80. Should I go with Fecund instead of Quick so I can have more children? But Quick gives me +1 to everything. I do like that. Plus 10% monthly lifestyle experience as well. Quick is really good. So let's not do that. Hunchback. Lisping. Well, no, these will get passed on to my children. I don't want any of these. Okay, back to the traits. Deviant has an eclectic and unconventional taste. It is -5. But it doesn't really have any negatives. Like, my stress losses are even bigger. And other deviant characters like me, but no one else dislikes me. So let's put that in our back pocket. Deviant. Adulterer and fornicator. Murderer. And there are no other negatives. Okay, so let's go with Deviant. -5, so then I can get one more stat in here. This one will give me 4. This one gives me 2. And then 4. And this. Ooh, but that my OCD does not like that. My borderline. The fact that it's at $3.99 instead of $400. I do not like that. What if I lower diplomacy and give martial? No, prowess. Still at $3.99. This is 7. This is 8. There you go. What if I give it to stewardship instead? Six. This is 4. This is 4. There you go. 400. Actually. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, I see what it is. There, 400. It's still the same as before. 1 excellent, 2 average, 2 poor, 1 terrible. Except now my prowess went from 0 to 1, and my martial went from 5 to 6. And my diplomacy went from 8 to 9. All by adding disloyal or deviant. So I'm a disloyal deviant, but I am quick. I catch on quick. So let's finalize this. I think we spent enough time in character creation. Submit. Okay, now I'm an adventurer, and so it doesn't matter where I start. But I do want to start here in Tibet somewhere. So let's start. Wait a minute. What just happened? Cancel. Did I just erase everything I just did? Nope, no, he's still here. Finalize. Submit. Oh, because I was clicking around, that's what happened. Camp location Kagar, right here. Okay, so let's start. Master Texts Sab of the Sovereign of Virupaska. Can I change the name of my camp? I don't think I... Wait, what's this? Why are achievements disabled? How do I enable them? Okay, reset to default. And they're still not available. So my guy is over 400. Oh wait, let's go back. Can I edit him? I want to edit him. Doesn't look like I can. So let's reset everything. But now we know what we're doing, so this will be quick. Was it Sangpa? Or Sumpa? It was Sumpa. Okay. This time his name is Zappa, so at least that's better. And then start from scratch. That's good because I did want to change the color of the mountain. Make it green. And then the layout will be this one. The emblem will be bow and arrow down here. Buddhist wheel up here. The Buddhist wheel will have this color. And then the bow and arrow will be red. with dark red arrow tip. And Rise Up. Rigo. Rigo will be the house name now. So it just became easier to pronounce, I guess. Instead of Takt Sab Guillaume Supo, I think was his name and house name, now it's Zappa Rigo. So this guy will be 5-star. The personality will be motorcycles. It will be Craven. What was the other minus? Paranoid. And then Ambitious, which is plus 40. And then he'll be Quick. Disloyal. And a Deviant. And now Intrigue, I think, will be 32. This will be 9, 9, 6, 5, 1. Okay, so now we finalize. Submit. And it says I cannot do so. Ooh. I reset everything again. This time, let's put him at 399. I liked Zappa, so let's keep him at Zappa. Let's switch everything again. I don't know why I can't do this. The bottom one will be the bow and arrow, and the top one will be the wheel. And this will be red. Okay. Finish. Oh wait, what was the name? Magial this time. Finish. 16. 5-star. Craven. Paranoid. And Ambitious. Quick. Disloyal Deviant. Where is Disloyal? There it is. And now 32. There. Now it's at 399. It says achievements available, but if I put him at 400, it also says achievements available. It still says achievements available, but let's put it at 399. Finalize. Submit. Okay, so it's not a character thing. The reason my achievements are unavailable, I am playing single player. Otherwise, this here would not say open for multiplayer. Or would it? Let me apply. No. Let's go back. Cancel. Okay. Can I reset everything to default and it's still not available? Reset to default. None of these setting options have the little symbol indicating that it's disabling achievements. So why are my achievements not available? I'm borderline, but I don't want to call it yet. But I'm borderline thinking this is another bug. But I don't want to call it a bug yet. I don't want to just refer to everything that I don't understand as a bug. Apply. Okay, let's exit to the main menu. And then let's try this one more time. Yes, because it could be set to multiplayer. Thanks, Lone Crescent. Welcome. And so, new game. Is there anything around here that makes it single player versus multiplayer? 867. Create your own ruler. Doesn't look like there is. Yeah. So if I guess I could open your game will disable achievements. Okay, so that means because I haven't pressed this yet, it is not in multiplayer. So I will not press it. I'll go over here, which I think is where I was starting. And then create my own adventure. Yeah, currently achievements are available. So as long as I don't press anything else and just create my own adventure, everything should be fine. Ari, right? Yes, Ari is correct. And then this, the Tibetan needs to be Sumpa. And this is all quick because we've already done this many times, so it's very easy to remember. The top one is the bow and arrow, and then the bottom one, or not the bottom one, but the second icon refers to the wheel, and then the wheel will be light blue somewhere over here. A little less color. And then the bow and arrow will be red. And then the background, this will be red and this will be green. And we are finished. Kirong is our house name this time. So he's 16. 5-star. Craven. Ambitious. And paranoid. Quick. Disloyal and deviant. And then 329916. Okay. Achievements are available. So if I finalize, submit, achievements are available. Okay, perfect. Let's start the game before anything else happens. Kirong this time is her name. So let's save. Unfortunately, this one is lost. Thanks to that bug. So let's save. How are you? I am good. Thanks for asking. The roads we walk. The path ahead stretches on and on, a lonely, winding thread twining towards the distant horizon. My camp is quiet. Just a few scattered tents and pack animals yawning in the breeze. Strangers and hangers-on rise with the day, preparing for their morning chores with reluctance. Most are the miscellaneous chaff that flit in and out of a group on the road with each new settlement. Few faces catch my eye as ones I recognize, at least in more than passing. So this is where I select which two will be my first followers in my camp. So I can have Sangieka and Sobar join. They're a different faith than me. But they're good at diplomacy. Oh yes, 23 diplomacy. Meanwhile, Sobar has 18 diplomacy. So they're both good diplomats. Or I could just get some more intrigue followers. She has a 19. Yosung here also has 19. Or we can get some intellectuals. This guy's a 24. This lady is a 26. So I think I'll get some diplomats because I'm already I got the intrigue part handled on my own. So I will get some intellectuals. Oh no, some conversationalists. Conversationalists. Okay, now let's... Ooh, my flag is tattered in half. Okay. So let's select a lifestyle. I'm focused on intrigue. Subterfuge. Plan carefully. Stay away from prying eyes. And now here is the question. Where am I going down? I believe I'm going down the schemer trait. Because I want to fabricate a hook on people. And then I can blackmail them. I don't really want to seduce anybody. And I don't want to torture anybody. So we're going down the schemer trait. And then if I need, I'll get the golden obligation perk where I can demand payment for hooks. But first, let's go down here. Because I believe, where's my camp? My camp is right here in Kagar. First, let's find my culture group, Sumpa. Let's find out where the Sumpa are. Am I the only Sumpa? That can't be true. Oh no, the Sumpa are huge up here. So that's perfect. I will go up here. What about my religion? I'm Ari. It doesn't look like there are any Aris around. There are a bunch of Nangchos. And then whatever this is. Unreformed Tibetan faith. We consider them hostile, but they consider us evil. Wait, so what happened to my... Don't tell me I chose a religion. I mean, that's exactly what I wanted to do, but don't tell me I chose a religion on pure luck that is non-existent. Oh no, okay. All the Ari are down here, as are our religious sites. And what I believe this is modern day Myanmar? Burma? Forgive me, I don't know which name they prefer to be called, but that is where this is, I believe. So we have 3 religious sites over here, 2 over here, and then my culture is Sumpa up here. Okay, so I will need to go down here to the Burmese culture to gain control of my holy sites. Or I could go down to Nepal and Bengali to get those, which are closer. Okay, but that's long term. Deceitful, impatient, and wrathful are sins. Generous, calm, honest, compassionate, wise men are all virtuous. Okay. Clerical marriage is allowed. Clerical appointment is spiritual for life. Kinslaying is accepted, as is adultery. Okay. And same-sex relations and deviancy, which is good because I'm a deviant. Divorce is always allowed. Marriage between cousins is allowed. No such thing as a bastard. All children are equally legitimate. That makes sense because you're polygamous. And adultery is allowed. Okay. So that is my religion. What are these? I've already done those tutorials. I don't have an heir, I know that. A camp purpose. Can I build something? I only have 35 gold. I don't think I can. Yeah, these all cost 60. This is loud. Is it just me? Oh, I forgot to lower the volume when I started stream. Okay. Camp purpose. Yes, this is what I'm working on. How do I select the camp purpose? Laws. Succession. Laws. Okay, lifestyle experience. This is a mercenary group. Explorers. More martial contracts. Freebooters. More problem. Okay, and that seems to have done it. My bitrate is back. And everything seems to be going good. Okay, so that did it. I just took a quick sip of water while that was happening. So I don't think you guys missed much. I just went through all 6 of these contracts, and I decided on explorers because this gives me diplomacy and intrigue contracts, and I am an intrigue character, and my 2 followers are diplomacy characters. So it seems like diplomacy and intrigue contracts will be our best option. Let me just double check just to make sure. Yeah, this is learning and stewardship. Mercenary, prowess, and martial. And wanderers, equal chance to find any contract. So let's become explorers. Although this does do like sea danger, lower sea danger, and coastal sea danger. But we're nowhere near the coast. We're in the mountains. But it does do more transport contracts. There's always another hill, another mountain, another culture, another language awaiting just over that horizon. So let's become explorers. Change purpose. And now we are explorers. So that is that. Our military has nobody. Is this guy even good at fighting? No, he's not. So let's leave our champions alone for now. Let's go to camp followers. I have 2. They're both good at diplomacy. She's 36, he's 27. Should they marry each other? That is the question. They're both malnourished, so that's not good. You can tell by her cheekbones that she's malnourished. This guy, however, you really can't tell that he's malnourished. But apparently he is. He's really good, though. 13 learning, 10 intrigue, 13 stewardship. Like, he's got good stats all around, not just his good diplomacy. Yeah, other than diplomacy, he's better than her at everything. Kirong's Tabard. Is that the name of our camp? Okay, that's the name of our camp. And I can only marry her currently. That's not good. Okay, so that is our followers at the moment. I can visit the castle holding or gather provisions. I'm maxed out on provisions at the moment, so I don't need to do that. Reject inheritance. Ooh, yeah, that doesn't really help me much. Okay. So that is decisions and contracts. Meanwhile, activities. Can I go on a pilgrimage? I don't have the money for that. Okay, so that's that. And now let's look at... I know I have no player. Let's look at the unread messages. We have criminal contracts. Couple of intrigue. Settle boundary. Move camp. Okay, I do not have champions. I know that. So for now, let's look at recruiting some people. Although I don't have the gold. This is a criminal. This is not a criminal contract. This is a criminal contract. What is required for this? Experienced arbitrator is sought by Ratsis Pa of Kunlun to settle boundary dispute. Education and law would be helpful, but even satisfactory aid shall be paid. Okay, but... Oh, this is a stewardship contract. Oh yeah, I see the little stewardship symbol. Okay, looks like all the intrigue contracts are criminal contracts. So let's... If we're going to do a criminal contract anyways, I don't want to murder someone. Let's steal from the treasury. All travelers within and subjects of Jiangxi. Gapo Somnang reminds all of the punishments for theft or conspiracy to commit theft and the bounties for those suspected of such. Only I may access the treasury. Okay. I gain gallows bait. But see, this is why they don't want to do a criminal contract, because I don't want gallows bait. But you know what? Looks like I'm going to have to do it anyways. Okay, let's travel to accept. Ooh, I gain experience in thief if I fail. But if I succeed, I gain 10 experience in thief. And I may try to steal even more gold. Okay, let's travel to accept. No, actually, before that, should I visit the castle holding? I should. It'll give me more contracts and I can recruit a follower. But recruiting followers cost money. This is why I do not want to do that. Let me do this contract first, steal some gold, and then we'll recruit some followers in the castle holding. So let's travel to accept. There's some danger here. So I think if we just go through here. Nope. Go through here. And through here. That avoids the danger. And then we'll do the same on our way back. And no more danger. That increased the travel time by 3 months. By 1 month. It only increased the travel time by 1 month. Oh, that's unfortunate. I did not hit apply, but it still applied the changes anyways. That's what I was trying to avoid. There. It adds 1 month, but it's much safer. So let's travel to accept the contract. And now let me unpause and begin our new gameplay of Crusader Kings 3. There I go on my little horse. Oh, that's cool that I have a horse. My other guy didn't have a horse. He just walked everywhere. Let me put this on 4 speed. He's a little slow. People, okay, what is this? The martial contest. As we pass through the market in Se, we hear a loud yell and stumble into an ongoing tussle between 2 men, tightly observed by a group of people. The crowd cheers profusely as one of them is swept off his feet, face planted solemnly in the dirt, thus concluding the match. Who's next? The man yells into the crowd, and his eyes land on our group. His face splits into a malicious grin as he looks at us. Mangnien Zheng, 18 prowess, 12 martial. So this would make a great champion for us. Less attrition taken in mountains, and we're in the mountains. All over the place is mountains here, so that's good. And he's a giant, so that's great. A bold fool. So I can take advantage of that because I'm very clever. So I can say I will do it. A 16% chance of success, obviously, because prowess is my absolute worst stat. And I'm also craven. Oh, that's too bad. I would have liked to recruit him, but doesn't look like I can. I either win the duel and gain some money and prestige, or lose and gain stress. So let's just progress our journey by 2 days. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to recruit him. Yep, I cannot recruit him. It's too bad. A spot of larceny. Oh wait, let's do this first. People around camp have gifted Selbar a sobriquet, aka nickname, based on his personality and traits. He is now known as Selbar the Stranger. So his personality is a content atheist, and the stranger came to this realm from far away. Even now, many of his mannerisms are still strange. But he's a Nangcho Sangpa. So that's not strange at all, because if you look at the religion, we're straight in the heart of Nangcho's territory, religion-wise. Meanwhile, for the Sangpa, we are right at the edge of the Sangpa territory. Our camp is right in within. So he is not the stranger. If anyone, I'm the stranger. I don't think the nickname fits Crusader Kings 3. Preliminary scouting around Jiangxi suggests we might be able to get away with this. It's not the only place that Ngapo Sumnang keeps his coin, but his holdings here definitely have plenty, and the guards don't seem to expect hostilities. In other words, risky but doable. All we need is a cunning plan. So this adds success. No, this adds success. This is balanced. That's what the scale represents. This is balanced. This one adds success chance, and this one makes it faster. But no, we want to succeed no matter how much time it takes. It's not like I got anything better to do. So remember, we're here to earn. Oh, let me pause. Hold on. Jeez, time was going by. Who's this guy? Time was going by before I actually added any agents. 7 and 1. 9 and 8. 7 and 2. 14. Okay. So 7 here. 8 here, 7 here. Okay, so she will be my thug. That adds 9. Ooh, she does not like that. Force her to help commit crimes. And they gain stress because they're compassionate. So what about this guy? Oh, well, he doesn't care if you force him to commit crimes, but she does care. What if I just make her the scout? Infiltrator? No, she doesn't want to help me commit crimes. So it looks like Selbar is the only guy that gets the help. So I'll put him here. And that's 48%. Why does he not care? Is it because he's cynical? And why does she care? Oh, she's honest and compassionate. That's why she cares. Okay, it's good that at least one person in my camp isn't a criminal. But now it's only a 48% chance of success. With her, it would have at least been 57%. So it would have been over 50-50, but let's just let time go by, I guess. I still don't know who this horse guy is. They're coming to my camp. Oh, what just happened? A faithful visitor. Oh, maybe that guy was visiting me. The campfire crackles, illuminating a figure entering our circle. He moves with vigor, despite the lateness of the hour, hand wrapped around a walking stick. Those standing guard are already intercepting, but I wave them away. Do you have a place for a man of Siddhartha? He smiles at me hopefully, dirty clothes rustling in the stiff breeze. A wandering bhikkhu. A bhikkhu maybe, but not a bhikkhu of Ari faith. That much I can tell. So a bhikkhu, by the way, is just a monk, as you can tell by the picture. A few of my fellow believers shuffle their feet uncomfortably as they make the same realization. So we could do with a man of such worldliness, but I gain stress. 57% chance I gain stress. And that doesn't really help me much. Sit day and night and tell us stories. And I gain 20. I gain the trait traveler. But I do get stressed out because I'm paranoid. Or begone, we don't want your type here. I gain 100 piety. Why am I losing piety per month? Oh, because I don't have enough spouses, because we're polygamous, so the fewer spouses I have, the less religious I seem. Okay. So let's have him tell us a story, even though I do gain stress. I don't want to do this one, because it's not like I'm zealous about my religion. I'm not atheist, but I'm not zealous. And I don't want to do this diplomacy challenge because even there's a high chance I'll gain stress. So I'll just tell him to stay a night and tell us your stories, because I do want the traveler trait. And now I have it, and I got 10 experience in Wanderer. And there he goes. Okay, my scheme has 5 advantages. I believe we're at 48% success, so I could execute it now, but I want to get 20 to cover every angle because of how low my success chance is. So I want to get 20 advantages, which is going to take a while. Meanwhile, I have 2 messages. Oh, he ended up becoming my champion anyways. But I really cannot take multiple contracts. Yeah, but these diplomacy contracts, what is this? It's a criminal contract, but what would I do? Trickster. Okay. I think I'll do one of these improve ruler reputation ones first. Starving soldiers. A figure stumbles into camp, dirty and tired, clearly in need of a square meal. His name is Rinchen, he says. There are more like me, he gestures off into the distance. All of us left to rot after every petty conflict ends. Our sword arms work as well as ever, but our lot is to wander and starve. We're the only ones left who don't rob the vulnerable for food and valuables. His eyes glint with determination, despite his haggard bearing. I'd rather die. So we could use another blade. He joins my camp, becomes a champion, but I do gain stress because I'm paranoid. Ooh, looks like being paranoid isn't necessarily a good thing. Friend to old soldiers. Rinchen the Proud. Lowers attrition taken in mountains, okay. He's impatient, arrogant, and lustful. Yeah, we could use another blade. We're at the point in our camp where we need everyone we can get. However, now that he's here, what I can do is have them to marry each other because they're closer in age, right? 40 and 36. So he can marry her. Get some children in my camp. And now these two. I was going to say are not. These two are not criminals. But I am going to check if I can add him. I can. What if I remove him? 25 as a thug. Something inside me told me that he would be a good thug, which is why I risked removing Selbar. So yeah, he can go there. And now I'm at 65%. And then Selbar can now go, instead of the 8 he was giving me as a thug, he can give me 7 as a thief or 7 as a scout. Let me have him be a scout. Perfect. Now I have a 72% chance of success. I might not need all 20 scheme advantages. I might be able to do with a few less. But I definitely don't want to do it with a minimum of 5. I want to do it with at least 15. We will see when I get to 72%. It might be after I'm past 15, at which point I'll just wait until I get 20. Meanwhile, the days go by. There's a lot of horses around here. Oh, there's a battle going on. That's what's happening. Okay. I was too zoomed out. I couldn't see the numbers. Unfamiliar rations. The culture in Gyeonggi is unfamiliar to me, and some of their customs equally alien. This is proven especially true when Rinchen, acting as our cook for the evening, beckons me over to look at the stewing pot. It's a local recipe, he begins, supposedly authentically bodpa. I was assured so by a passing merchant. I look at the substance with suspicion. Is that stewed lizard with taro? Okay. Blend it with herbs from Sumpa cuisine, which lowers my provisions. No, it increases my provisions, but I'm already maxed out. I do lose 19 stress, which I desperately need. And increases my provision gain. Lowers my stress gain. And every follower gets prowess +1. Okay, or I can give it a try. 49% chance I gain new taste. But a 50% chance I get 45 stress, and that's a critical break for me at the moment. Or watch this monk and I gain the narrow-minded nickname, and I gain stress. Yeah, so let's go with blend it with herbs from Sumpa cuisine. Lose some stress. Zoom in a little so I can actually see the troop numbers. Okay, and then this scheme is at 73%. Yeah, so when it's at 15 advantages, well, there's no hurry. Maybe I will wait until 20. Map painting. There's something therapeutic about cartography, which is drawing maps. Taking pen and brush to canvas, watching the curves and contours of a region come alive, seeing the world from a whole new perspective. It's simply a pleasant exercise, one that I find taking up many of my idler evenings of late. This newest may be my greatest creation yet, a complete illustrated and annotated chart of Sang. Ooh, I don't know how long ago you wrote this comment, Lone Crescent, but you asked why not Infiltrator, and I have no idea what that means. What you're even asking there. However, thanks for the follow, Lone Crescent. Much appreciated. Sang is where? The Kingdom of Sang. I don't see it on the map. Does that mean it's not created yet? Yep, there it is. That means it's not created yet. It's right here. So I shall create an illustrious work, a beautiful work, and I gain an artifact, or 85% chance that I get a critical stress break. My map shall be famed across the world. Another diplomacy challenge. Only a 22% chance of success. Aim to always create masterworks. Only a 32% chance of success, or simply have fun with it. And I lose some stress. Yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with it. It's really the only thing I could do. For the scheme, I think Sobar had a high number for it. Oh, yes. So that is a good question, actually. So Infiltrator, if you see this little icon here, this means that this agent contributes to the length of the phase. So for example, she's a 2. So this would make this scheme phase 55 days instead of 57. But it doesn't actually affect the success chance. That's what this symbol here, the circle within a circle within a circle, this symbol increases success chance. So you see the Thug right now gives me 26, and Sobar and Scout gives me 7. So combined, that's 33. So that's why I'm at 73% chance, even though at the very beginning, I was at 40%. It's because these two add 33 to my scheme success chance. That's why this symbol exists here. However, the Infiltrator agent will only add to my scheme phase length, which, as I said when I first began this contract, I don't really care how long it takes. I just care that it succeeds. And so that's why I added him as an Infiltrator instead of a Scout. So let's unpause. Let's time go by again. Learning on the job. Of those I've chosen to involve in this little contract, Rinchen is probably not the absolute most skilled. Still, he's clearly applying himself, determined not to let my efforts go to waste, with the aim of improving his skill in matters of intrigue. Bettering yourself is costly, but helps us all in the end. So I can tell him that he can go further than this. 96... Oh, it's an intrigue challenge, so of course I'm going to succeed. 96% chance his intrigue increases by 2. He does gain 54 stress and loses 20 opinion of me, though. But what has already happened is that his intrigue has already increased by 2, and he has already gained 36 stress. So this event, if I choose this option, will have increased Rinchen's intrigue by 4 total. Our credit goes naturally to our mastermind, and every agent in this scheme gains 15 opinion of me. Rinchen loses 30 opinion of me because he's annoyed. He's already at -7. But if every agent gains 15 and he loses 30, does that mean he loses 30 and gains 15? Because then that would mean he would lose 15 total. I'm not sure how that would work. The plan goes well, and the heist treasury gains 20 days of progress. Yeah, so that's the option I'm going to choose. Because I don't really care if his intrigue goes up. He's here to be my champion, more than anything else. And I don't want him to lose opinion on me, because he's already at -7. The two people I started with, I think, start at plus 100. Let me look at my follower list. Yeah. Right? Yeah, she's at plus 99 respect. So I think they started at plus 100. And then she has a few negative modifiers that make her not be at 100. But he's new, so he's only at -7. He doesn't have respect for me. And so we will not have him hurt his opinion of me. The plan goes well. Let's gain 20 progress. So this should go from 42 days to 22. There you go. That's 22. Ooh, my success went up a little because his thugs number went up. Now I have 10 advantages. I'm not going to execute the scheme until I get at least 15. Maybe I'll wait until 20. We'll see. Lay of the land. None in my camp are intimately familiar with the terrain in Gyeonggi, and such lands are not to be trifled with. It is for this reason that I find myself standing in front of a local guide, bartering for services to be rendered. It's no joke out there, she offers, drawing air in through gritted teeth, a theatrically worried gesture. You'll need either these maps or my services. I can tell you that for free. She is right, but there's something about her demeanor that makes me hesitate. I mean, the map looks good. Those are some good stats. What about her? Lustful, paranoid, generous. Her stats aren't great, and I don't think women can be knights in my culture/religion. But look at my military champions. Yeah, I have 3 followers, and only 2 of them are allowed here. The woman is not allowed here. But her best stat is martial, and her second best is a tie with prowess being one of them. So there's really no use for her in my camp. Oh, that would make her my caravan master. 50 gold, and she's only average? Yeah, so she's definitely not getting recruited. But the map would also cost 50 gold, which would put me in debt. But I do lose stress because I'm paranoid. I guess having a map would help my paranoia. I could only pay her 5 and just have her be my guide, but I get stressed out again because I'm paranoid. Man, this paranoid stat, or trait, personality trait, is really not good. Notorious, welcome. This map is the handbook of adventure gameplay. Yeah. It's, I laugh because it reminds me of every single video game, RPG, where you're adventuring. Always the mini-map in the corner of the screen. Really can't do anything without it. To the point where even other games that aren't just like wandering RPGs like Grand Theft Auto have a mini-map. And even like COD or Valorant or any other type of game. It's basically become a staple in video games now, the mini-map in the corner of the screen. How do I lose 200 provisions by not having an extra person? I guess it's because she's a guide, so I would waste time by getting lost. So I guess that makes sense. 50 gold is a lot. It would put me in debt, but it is actually the best of all the options because I lose stress and I get the map. So how much did you say those maps were? Okay, let me pause. So I gained an artifact from Kitsi. So now if I open my inventory, I can equip the map. And now there it is as a trinket. Travel speed and travel safety will go up, plus 10 character companion opinion. So that should mean if I look at my followers, she's still at 84. But she is getting a plus 10 from detailed maps. Oh, but she got minus 15 because I'm in debt. So it ended up being an overall minus 5. Yeah, so it didn't really work out, did it? Nope. And he didn't even get the plus 10. He just got the minus 15 for being in debt. Well, that's unfortunate. Why didn't he get the plus 10 from detailed maps? Is he not a companion? I don't get that. Yeah, honestly, even this one, I would always go in debt to have it. It saves you this decent amount of provisions if you have a medium big army. Yes. So that is part of the reason why I got it too, is because the bonuses that the map gives are worth me having to go into debt, especially since it's only 15 gold in debt, and I am currently running a heist, which should get me a large amount of gold, so it's fine for now, being in debt. But let's unpause and try and get some more advantages. Like I said, I want to wait until I have at least 15 advantages before I can execute the scheme. Because 74%, while it is good, it's not 100. So I would like to wait and get some more advantages before I execute. Oh, I grew up? What just happened? Oh no, he grew up. I don't know what just happened, but this image I could swear just changed. Means to an end. I sit by my pavilion, letting the sounds and smells of the camp wash over me. It's different from a life with the safe walls of a palace, it's different from a life within the safe walls of a palace. So very different. The freedom is easy to enjoy, no obligations, no counselors yapping, no dignitaries to entertain, none of the downsides of the trappings of power. Yet these freedoms are dearly purchased. The constant scraping for survival wears thin. Increasingly, every night I yearn for a proper bed. I must claim some lands in the future. Lust for land for 35 years. So that's when I'm 51. This will run into. This character is willing to stop at nothing to become landed. So I get an adventure invasion casus belli. It gets half the cost, so I get a discount. And I do lose 19 stress because I'm ambitious. Or I could say I quite enjoy this life, but that stresses me out because I'm ambitious. Even though I would like to get the 26 trade experience in Wanderer, but it's not worth it. Also, I could gain the flexible leader. I mean, and 440 provisions. But I think I would rather just do this. Lust for land gives me 1 martial, and I do lose 19 stress. And since I'm starting a new playthrough, I feel I should probably explain the way I play the game again. I try to roleplay through some of the decisions by looking at the character, what their personality traits and their fame or their other traits would dictate the character would choose realistically. And so this guy, as someone who's ambitious, wouldn't just say, I quite enjoy this life. Especially because the game itself tells you you would get stressed out because you are ambitious. So it sort of helps you roleplay through what the character would realistically choose. So we're going to go with I must claim some land. And we're at 12 advantages now. There's some battles going on. I don't know who's at war with who, but this red circle with the red dots in it has been kicking some butt. Travails of a cook. I don't think we're being unreasonable, snarks the cook, who presumably drew the short straw on coming to speak to me, waving an arm dismissively at the surrounding terrain all the while. All this mountain game around, and we can't even take the time to stock up on some of the little luxuries that make our food bearable? I sigh, wary of the conversation already. I wonder which of us will break first. Yes, our provisions are perhaps a bit below where I'd like them to be, but there's little cause for such alarm. We can probably find something. I can either gain 82 or 440, most likely 82. Or restocking would be a good idea anyway, I suppose. That would cost me gold, so I'm not doing that. Or it's not in the budget, quite stern on provisions for 10 years. This character's followers learn to make do with, or else make do without. This character's followers learn to make do with or else make do without. So they use less provisions for every action. Minus 10%. Yeah, I think that would be good overall. Especially since there's a 71% chance I only gain 82 up here, which was the option I was going to choose. So let's go with it's not in the budget and get back to waiting for our scheme advantages. Oh, this place is getting sieged out too. Oh, this is the red circle. Why are they not? Oh, okay. Let me pause. I guess I misjudged. This isn't the red circle people. This is like a red lion inside of a circle. I thought it was these red circle people that were winning, but no, apparently not. But yeah, we just got an available perk. So now what we can do is get the Truth is Relative perk. Unlock. And now I can have the option to fabricate a hook. So to see what this is like, let's go to these red lion people who are winning. This is the High Chieftain of the red lion people. So we will... He's currently at war with these people. Oh yeah, he's got them severely outnumbered. So we can focus on him. And we can fabricate a hook. Oh, it's very hard. Yes, because we're currently in the middle of a scheme. And as I said earlier, there's the success chance symbol. So if I choose this option, I will get 3 success chance agents. There's the scheme phase length symbol, which is the hourglass. And if I choose this option, I will get 3 of those agents. Or then there's the secrecy symbol. And if I choose this option, I will get 3 of those agents. And secrecy makes it so that it's tougher for the person I'm scheming against to find out that I'm scheming against them. Because if they do find out, it instantly lowers my success chance and I have to build it back up again. For this scheme, because it is a contract, it does not have secrecy options. But any other scheme, it would have another row right below success chance and scheme phase. Another row right here, a third row, that would say the secrecy percentage. So balance will give me 2 success, 2 scheme phase, and 1 secrecy. The other ones will give me 3, and then 1 of the other 2. So 3 success, 3 scheme phase length, or 3 secrecy. But I'm not going to do that for now because that's very hard. And I don't have enough people to assign other agents. She's the only other one, and she doesn't like being forced to help commit crimes because she's compassionate and honest. So let's unpause. I feel like enough time has gone by, so I think I'm going to execute it with 15 advantages. I don't want to wait any longer. 2 weeks left. There's a message. Oh, there's a new contract available. Okay, and there you go, 15 advantages. So let's execute the scheme. Leverage advantages. Scheme gains plus 10% to its final success chance. This is why I waited. So now it'll be an 84% success chance. If I had done it with only 10 advantages, I would have had a 79% because 10 advantages give me plus 5. Which means if this gives me plus 5, this gives me plus 10, and this should give me plus 15. So it'd be 89%. And there's not much of a difference between 89 and 84. Even though the difference is only 5, just like between 84 and 79. The fact that 79 starts with a 7 and 84 starts with an 8 somehow makes 84% look like a bigger difference from 79 than from 89. But yeah, let's leverage advantages. And I gained the gallows bait trait. Yes, I knew that was going to happen. A spot of larceny success. So, Ngapo Sumnang, the guy who gave me the contract, paid me 107 gold, but lost 60 opinion of me because he didn't actually pay me. I stole his gold from his treasury. So I stole 107 gold and he lost 60 opinion of me because I completed a criminal contract against him. I gained the gallows bait trait and 10 experience in thief. Scheme successful. Like imps tweaking the nose of Vice Ravana, My band and I sneak into the treasury. A lock quietly picked here, a sentry judiciously stabbed there, and suddenly the wealth of Gangxi unveiled before us. Our sacks are filled as quickly as can be, and we're gone. Hang the consequences. Just hopefully, not us. Yes, hang the consequences, not us. I like that phrase. So I could call him a rube. And I think this ends this contract. Or, there's plenty more back there. He has up to 235 of lootable gold and accoutrement remaining, which can be stolen in increments of 50. Okay, upon returning, you will always be able to test your intrigue to steal more. And test one of the following at random. Martial prowess or stewardship. The prowess or intrigue of one of your agents, or the aptitude of your master thief or master of spoils. Take stress to automatically pass a test or escape with your earnings. If you fail twice, you will be imprisoned and your earnings forfeit. You gain extra experience proportional to how much you steal. And my earnings have already been secured and will remain mine regardless. Double back into the castle, ready to loot. Here we go. Spot of larceny, just a little more. We filled our pockets with silver coins stolen straight from Ngapo Sumnang's treasury already. But there's plenty more of value to be found in the castle. Golden candlesticks, elaborate tapestries, finest linen clothing, sacred texts, and more. All the many accoutrements that the good Ngapo likely takes for granted, but which to a humble explorer represent profit. All we need to do is ransack the man's hearth and home before we are discovered and... Okay, let me change the emphases in that sentence. All we need to do is ransack the man's hearth and home before we are discovered and hightail it out into the night. Stay low, knives out. Oh, these are some good phrases they're giving me. It's like watching a movie. Intrigue challenge, and of course my intrigue is in the 30s, so I have a 91% chance of success. And adds 50 gold to my haul. Or I gain +1 breach. And remember, it said that if I get caught twice, I go to jail. So I can only get +2 total before going to jail. That door looks important. Smash it. It's a prowess challenge, but my prowess sucks. It's my worst stat. Or just a little more. Oh, this is the stress. Gain stress to automatically succeed. Or I could say we've got enough flee. I am craven. And as someone who is cowardly, I would take my current haul and run. However, I'm also intrigue. I am a conniving puppet master, 5-star intrigue education trait. So that would override my cravenness, especially since I'm also ambitious. So stay low, knives out. Slitting the throat of a late rousing sentry, I catch the body and guide it gently, quietly to the floor, before kicking it over into the deepest shadow I can find. Wiping the blood off my blade, I toss over the poor fool's post. Some fancy embroidery here, a little silver there. It all adds up. Death for a good cause. If the rest of the defenders are lucky, they'll be in a less auspicious environs. For I suspect there's still valuables to be looted down the hall. So I can go once more, stay low, knives out. Again, 91% chance I succeed, because my intrigue is crazy good. Or I could tell Rinchen to put his shoulder into it. And it's a prowess challenge against Rinchen. And he is very good at prowess, so there's a 90% chance we'll succeed there. Or I could gain stress for it automatically, but I'm not going to do that. Or I could say we've got enough, but no. My intrigue is a 91% chance of success. Rinchen's prowess is a 90%. So we'll go with stay low, knives out again. Just a little more. There's Rinchen over here. And then who's this guy? Oh, this is the guy we're stealing from. And then this is me? Yes, this is me. And why is Salbar in the corner over here? He's my other agent, I guess. Again, it's the same prompt, slitting the throat of a late rousing sentry. Yeah, if the other defenders are lucky, they'll be in less auspicious environs. Okay. Sobar, what have you found? This is an intrigue challenge for him, but he sucks at intrigue, so let's try it again. Stay low, knives out. 91%. Just a little more. And it's the same prompt again, so stay low. We've got 150 gold of a possible 235, so I think we could do this 2 more times. Ooh, I spy a lockbox. Stewardship challenge against Ngapo. But my stewardship isn't great. Yeah, so we'll just keep going. My intrigue is so high that this has become easy, but I assume the game did not mean for this to be this easy. And again, the same prompt. Just a little more. I've got 200 of a possible 235. But again, it's a 91% success chance. So I can't help it. I have to take it. Just a little more. And that's everything? By Vaisravana, we've taken literally everything lootable within Ngapo Sumnang's castle, divvied out into one sack or another, and crudely bound it together to make the minimum amount of noise, saving only the most precious of artifacts. The Ngapo is in for a very poor morning when he wakes up. When he wakes, there's nothing left to do now but leave. Okay, so the Ngapo. So Ngapo must be the name of a title. Okay, so Sumnang is his name, and Ngapo must be like Count, or Baron, or Mayor, or Duke. Okay, that's good to know. I did not know that. So Sumnang is his name. The Ngapo of Gyeongsi. Mind the sacks and let's move. Take my current haul and run. Success for a spot of larceny. Like shadows in the night, we are away. The first roars of alarm and outrage are simply distant echoes by the time they reach our ears, the dull sound of far-off consequences contrasting meagerly against the absolute haul of stolen goods we find sat in our laps, a veritable treasure trove of fanciful trophies and precious metals. Hey, now let's sell this loot. So I gained 235 gold. I'm up to 327 total gold. So that's the 107 I originally stole. The 35 I was 15 gold in debt. I stole 107. So that'll leave me with 92. Then I stayed behind and looted an extra 235. Plus the 92 is 327. Yeah, so yeah, perfect math. I did end up spending 236 prestige though, and losing 129 piety. The open road awaits. There I go. Oh, I'm paused. Hold on. There I go. I mean, I did spend a lot of piety, but it was worth it for all that gold. The Mercenaries of Sagia. We sit in a quiet tavern in Sagia when a loud band of ragged-looking sellswords come barging in. Their brutish leader pushes one of my guards aside and audaciously sits down at my table. A nobleman, eh, my lord? Interested in the services of the best band of mercenaries in Sagia? More loyal men you'll never find. At least if you pay us properly. Okay, so he's really good. I could recruit him. I have the perfect job for you. He'd be my bodyguard, and he's excellent at it. But I am paranoid, and I would gain a bunch of stress because of that. He will gain 25 opinion of me, though. However, no, I'm just here to take a small break. I lose 19 stress. However, the best you got my attention. I get an army of 600 men. And in my previous game play, we saw that those 600 men will stay with me. Unless they die in battle. They'll stay with me until I die. And my character is currently only, what, 17? 18 years old. So they'll stay, those 600 men will become my military. I'll have a military of 600 until I die, like 50 years from now. If I'm lucky, 50. So yeah. Yeah, I do lose 50 gold, but I'll lose 50 even if I just recruit him, right? I'll lose 20. So it's really just an extra 30 gold for 600 men. So my camp desperately needs a military, so I'll go with this option. Then I'll take a sip of water while he works his way back to camp. Okay, and now that we're back, I paused the game, and this is a good example of Notorious's chat comment where he said, if you have a medium big army, provisions, you know, having that provision from the map, that provision modifier will save you. And now that I have 600, my provisions do get lowered quicker when I move around. But the map here gives me plus 10% to my capacity. So now I have 3,300 total instead of the whatever I had beforehand. I think it was 3,100 with the 25% from expanded culinary horizons. It was at 3,100, and now with 10% from detailed maps is at 3,375. I have an unread message, and this guy is not wandering, which is weird because I recruited. He said his mercenary band was the best and I should hire them, so I hired them, and then he left the mercenary band, and the mercenary band came with me, and he went off to wander. I really don't get that. Okay, so now I have a few contracts that I can do. I have the gallows bait trait. And I stole so much money that I reached level 1 thief. Intrigue +1, but general opinion -2. That's not too bad. I would like to get a trickster one though. Intrigue, thief helps intrigue, poacher helps stewardship, marauder helps prowess, bandit helps martial, and trickster helps diplomacy stat. Okay, my intrigue's at 33, so it doesn't really need much help. So I think I don't have to focus on thief anymore, although I do like gaining that much money. But I should be focusing on trickster. But before I get a contract, let's first visit the castle holding and see who we can recruit. This is murdering someone. I don't want to do that. Settle boundary dispute, and then this. Improve ruler reputation. This is our next contract. And then we will move if there's no better contract. But first, let's visit the castle holding. This ought to be interesting. No man is an island. Let us visit the local castle holding of Kagar and see what it has in store for us. Kagar, the main square. Few places are as majestic as a castle, and Kagar is no exception. Sangpa's troops and banners are visible everywhere in the city. As we pass through the main gates, I spot a handful of guards peeking out from the embrasures above. My champion Selbar looks around with a content face, seemingly enjoying the change in scenery. Okay, so first, let's go to the castle. Why is this guy being so aggressive? The Kagar castle grounds are, as expected, furnished for martial purposes, with casks of arrows, stray pole weapons, a handsome stable, and the like. The training ground is just outside the gates, and a handful of garrison guards are dawdling around the entrance, either half asleep or polishing their weapons. On the other side of the courtyard, a man is roaring at some other men. And it was not my fault! The argument is getting more heated, and I keep a probing eye on the situation. So this option allows you to train. This one allows you to recruit. This one allows you to recruit a bodyguard. This one allows you to recruit a local martial character. Okay, but I can do all of them, so let's visit the local training grounds first. And I tells ya, things have been going south around here for ages. The local master of arms, Deno, snorts, then continues. This incessant looking over my shoulder, questioning my... He falls quiet as I approach the range. Instinctively, I check out the plethora of equipment and training obstacles, doing my best to ignore Deno's defiant look. I could have him come join my camp, but I need a proving grounds because I could employ him as my master of arms, is what that is telling me, but I need a proving ground. That reminds me, I should have built something in my camp first. So if I build a proving grounds, unlocks Master of Arms, and what does Master of Arms do? It increases the strength of my military. And it also unlocks train for a tournament. That decision. It also increases the size of my men-at-arms regiment so I can recruit soldiers. Roaring Campfire unlocks Scout for Talent. Unlocks Fireside Chat. Increases my number of knights and my number of men-at-arms. So I think it's better than Proving Grounds. Yeah, I think Campfire is better than Proving Grounds. Plus 6 knights, plus 12 knights, plus 2 men-at-arms. And then Proving Grounds. At level 6, maxed out. Minus 15% men-at-arms recruitment cost. Plus 2 men-at-arms. 14% men-at-arms damage. Let's go to Campfire again. Plus 12% knight effectiveness. Plus 2 men-at-arms. They're both good. But I only have 4 spots for buildings. And I do want the barber's tent because of the domicile income. I get plus 0.2 gold per month. And the Scout for Talent I could always get from Baggage Train. I don't need to get it from Roaring Campfire. How about Camp Perimeter? Nah, I don't want that. Okay, so I've eliminated Camp Perimeter. I don't want that. Only one of these two, Proving Grounds or Roaring Campfire. And I can only get 4 buildings, so... one of these two would be 1. Then I have 3 buildings left and 4 to choose from. Supply tent, barber's tent, baggage train, and mess tent. I want the barber's tent. So then I have 2 spots for 3 buildings. Supply tent... baggage train, or mess tent. Provisions capacity and supply capacity will go up with supply tent. Baggage train does increase the size of my regiments. I do get the Scout for Talent and the Head Porter. And then the mess tent. And what does the chief cook do? Yeah, I don't think it's really worth it. So, from what I see, what I want to get: supply tent, barber's tent, baggage train, and then either Proving Grounds or Roaring Campfire. Those would be the 4 buildings for these 4 slots. So first and foremost, oh wait, what do these tabs do? Huh. What does complacent mean? Oh, that he's not a supporter. Okay. This is interesting. This is new. This probably came from the update. Steadfast. So That's because I have more supporters. If I had more complacents, it would be different. Okay, this is new. I like this. I think it's new. On my last playthrough, I didn't see them. But then again, they could have existed and I just missed them. But I think it's new. And then, how much does it cost to upgrade the pavilion? So I can do both. But first, what happens with Proving Grounds or Campfire? Okay, so this is plus 6 knights. Max number of men-at-arms regiments plus 2. Proving Grounds also has max number of men-at-arms regiments plus 2, so that can get eliminated. Plus 12% knight effectiveness. And this is plus 14% men-at-arms damage. So this is better. And then the only other two things it has is minus 15% men-at-arms recruitment cost. Not maintenance, but recruitment cost. And also unlocks men-at-arms Master of Arms, which increases, again, more men-at-arms damage. So this will increase my soldiers. Proving Grounds increases my soldiers' damage and toughness. Roaring Campfire increases my knights and their effectiveness. But I don't need Scout for Talent because I will get Scout for Talent from Baggage Train. Yeah, so let's build the Proving Grounds. And I can only build one thing at a time, but when this is finished, I will then upgrade my pavilion. Or should I build something else? The barber's tent. I think I will build the barber's tent first. Yeah, I want to do this first because when I finish this, I can recruit soldiers. And my military currently only has 600, the mercenaries I hired. But I have 0 men-at-arms, which are my professional soldiers, because I don't have any modifiers that help me with this. But once I finish building the Proving Grounds, I'll be able to hire 1 men-at-arms regiment. So that's good. Now we can go back to the training grounds. I still can't hire him because the Proving Grounds isn't complete. But I don't think I'd want to hire him anyways. Yeah, he's not that good anyways. So let's have a training session. I pay him 7 gold and my prowess increases by 1. Currently it's at 2. It's a base 4. Base 7. Base 14. Base 4. Base 5. Base 6. 6, 5, 4. 7, 4. Okay. So yeah, let's it's only 7 gold for 1 increase in my stats. That's very inexpensive. My prowess increased by 1. And now we're back at the castle. Walking back through the castle gates from the training grounds, the guards on their posts barely give me a second glance this time around. The angry men are still at it at the edge of the courtyard, the situation now carefully monitored by a nearby set of guards as to avoid a bloody escalation. I wonder what they're arguing about. Yeah, I thought I could wait, but it looks like it's already calmed down, so if I wait any longer, they might disperse. So let's go approach the arguing men. The bodyguard. From the yelling, I pick up the name Wozer, and as the accusatory men depart, I follow Wozer down an alleyway. He immediately starts unloading animal carcasses from a shabby cart, muttering to himself, "One noble loses his life on your watch, and how was I supposed to know the spiced wine was?" He slams his fist into the cart, frustrated. The dishonored bodyguard gives me a withered look as I approach. "What do you want? I couldn't even keep a flippin' plant alive." Want to come work for me. Yeah, his aptitude is average. That makes sense. He already let his last person he was guarding die. He does have 16 prowess though. And he is a hunter. I don't know why his aptitude is average. Join me and let us restore your reputation is a diplomacy challenge. So I don't have to pay him. It's only 15 gold, but I shouldn't just keep spending money when it's only this and only that. Especially when there's a 57% chance I can have him for free. And he's not good enough where I'm willing to not take that risk. Oh, if I had the trait Gallant, I could say this is your chance at redemption, but I don't have that trait. Or I could return. Yeah. So join me and let us restore your reputation. Let's see if he's convinced. Or if I fail to entice him. Ah, he was convinced. Appointed as my bodyguard, his aptitude is average. Still, 16 prowess is really good. So even if he's not going to be a good bodyguard, he can be one of my champions. And he is now my best champion, even better than Rinchen. 16 learning and 12 stewardship. Also nothing to sneeze at. It's not too shabby. I leave Wolzer to continue taking out his frustrations on the animal carcasses as I successfully navigate the dwindling alleyways back to the castle grounds. At the entryways to the courtyard and castle, guards are showing up, replacing the old ones just in time for the guard shift. I casually observe the swap as I ponder what to do next. So we should look for some able bodies at the garrison. Cool. Inside the stuffy garrison, the guards have arranged a fighting ring to hone their skills. 2 of them are currently using it, jabbing at each other, all the while cheered on by a handful of onlookers. I observed their training for a bit, and it is clear that Wangdu, the first guard, is significantly more experienced than Kitsi, the second guard. As they finish up, I gingerly approach the ring, and they shift their focus to me. This is Selbar, this is Wangdu, this is Kitsi. Wangdu has 15 martial, 11 prowess. Ooh, 4-star brilliant strategist. And a military engineer, which lowers attrition taken in mountains. And again, remember, everything around us is mountains. We're in the Himalayas. Kitsi, this guy's 15 and 11. Kitsi is 7 martial, 10 prowess. And he's a steward. He's not a martial guy. So I could recruit him and then not make him a champion. Keep him as a steward. I don't have anyone in my camp currently who's good at stewardship. So this would be good if I wanted to. Kitsi wants to go. Oh, he would cost 107 gold. We should have some use for your skills, Wanda. 142 gold. Or we could just gamble. And I lose some stress. Yeah. You guys are way too expensive. I mean, you've got really good stats. Kitsi's a 23 stewardship, which is excellent. Meanwhile, Wangdu, 15 martial, which is good. 11 prowess, which is average, but it's on the high side of average. Close to good. Yeah, so they've got good traits, but I don't have the money to afford them. So, anyone fancy a round of dice? 30% chance I win the round. 35% chance I lose 15 gold. But if I win, I gain 30. So I'm willing to risk it. Wangdu wins, I pay him 15 gold. And this is why you should never gamble more than what you're willing to lose. Because you'll almost never win. Even when you win, you'll end up losing it again. So now it's raining in the castle. Exiting the guard quarters, I squint at the sudden flood of light, and I deeply inhale the fresh air. Selbar, who's starting to look a bit weary, says, I am not one to complain, but surely we are done here now, liege. Yes, we are done here. Return to the main square. But it's not raining here. That's weird. Returning from the castle gates, probably that's how long it took me to walk from the courtyard in the castle to the main square outside of the castle. Must have been a quick shower. Returning from the castle gates, I notice a patrol of scruffy-looking Sangpas soldiers surveying the perimeter, keeping close tabs on those who looks too shady or different. A pigeon sits atop a nearby teak tree. Teak tree. Teak tree. What does that even look like? Peering down at the scurrying Sangpas with intelligent eyes. You got me curious, game. Hold on. Let me look at what a teak tree Google Images. So it's funny, but every image of a teak tree I'm getting is from a video game. Oh, there it is. Teak tree. Oh, that's interesting. Let me see if I can show you guys what a teak tree looks like. How do I do this? I may be a fairly new streamer, but I've done this enough times. I should know how to do this. I think I window capture Google Chrome. And then there. Can you guys see what that now? This is a teak tree. It's got some really big leaves. Oh, this is nice. This is actually a good picture. So yeah, those are teak trees. Look at those leaves. Those leaves are huge. You can see this one with a guy's foot in between the leaves. Wow, those trees are really big. Is this guy hugging a teak tree? Or is that another tree? I'm trying to find a picture with people for reference. I think those are people. Yeah, so there's some really big trees. It's enough of that. So let's get back to the game. Oops. Hold on a second. I accidentally closed all of Chrome. And my creator dashboard was on Chrome, so I have to open the browser back up, open my dashboard. And there it is. Now I can see you guys again. You were gone for a second. Okay, back to the main square. We've already been at the castle, so there's no unfinished business. No additional options are available, so we should mingle with the locals at the tavern. Okay, let me take a sip of water before I read this. My mouth is feeling particularly dry today. Although, what I should say is that I realized in previous streams when I was reading, I would get tongue-tied. And the reason I would get tongue-tied is because my mouth is so dry that my mouth will get hung up on certain spots. So the more water I drink, the less tongue-tied I get. The tavern, gathering travelers and local sangpas alike, is brimming with activity. A storyteller is seated by the fire a bit further in. Up front, a gathering of shabby chums pester the server for more tea, and at a corner of the counter, a ravishing vixen sits, seemingly bored. Sobar looks around at the jumble of individuals with an intrigued glint in his eyes. Is this the ravishing vixen? She does have whole body at 26 years old, so her health is good, but she's also obese, which is a moderate health penalty. Okay, I wouldn't mind hearing a story or two. Have a seat by the fire. The storyteller. And then the great Leviathan destroyed the world the fifth time, dying in the process. But from her body sprang new land, plants, and animals. But that story is for another time. The storyteller gives me a mysterious smile, leans back in her fireplace seat, and takes another sip of spiced wine. So that story had a few good points. 21% chance I gain 1 stewardship. 26, I gain 100 stewardship lifestyle. Or 52% chance I gain exotic stewardship for 3 months. Which gives me +5 to stewardship, but it's only for 3 months, so that's not really worth it. Garma, I guess that's her name? Yes. Karma, how do you tell stories so well? I gained the Hastaluder trait. I pay her 18 gold and I gain 14 trait experience in Hastaluder. Wit. Do I have that trait? I do not. And I definitely want that trait. That trait is what you need when you go to tournaments. That trait is what determines your success in certain events. Well, I could say that was a great story, friend, and lose 6 stress, but that's... How much stress do I even have? I have 0 at the moment. Ooh, I'm also in good health. The pavilion is giving me a health boost. Medium health boost. Okay. I like it. I just realized that I don't have to level up to level 2 to get all those things. I already have those things because it's already at level 1. So I don't have to level my pavilion to level 1 to gain these things that I saw earlier. Let's close all of that out. And then, what option do I want? I want the Hastaluder trait. So you get 18 gold. Tell me how you tell stories so well. Back at the tavern, the detail of Garma's story lingering in my head, I walk back to the decidedly noisier common room. Over the countertop, the elegant vixen from earlier is still poised, nursing her cup. On my right, Selbar grins appreciatively as a peasant finishes a crude joke involving several bodily fluids. I shoot him a surprised look as I weigh what to do next. Oh my, who is that? That allows me to look for a potential spouse. Let's walk up to the vixen by the counter. Oh, it is her, okay. I am intently observing the vixen sitting herself down at a nearby table. The tavern owner called her Lamo, didn't he? She looks puzzled as I approach her, possibly because my inner turmoil is clear as day on my face. Why would this bother me? Why would this bother me? I am Leader Zappa of Kirong's Tabard, damn it! I keep reminding myself of my recent accomplishments in order to remain calm. I'm mostly failing. Which makes sense because your recent accomplishments, you're 18 years old, your only accomplishment is performing a heist at someone's treasury. How about I buy you another mug of spiced wine and she joins my camp? Only 19 gold, that's not bad. Stewardship and intrigue and diplomacy are all pretty good. Above average, I guess. She's not great though, stat-wise. Bold knave. What does knave mean? Let's Google knave. Knave definition. A dishonest or unscrupulous man. Another term for jack in cards. Synonyms are scoundrel, rogue, villain, rascal, good for nothing, wretch. Okay. So definitely not a good thing. Especially since she's bold about it too. So you know what? She's not that good. She doesn't have any inheritable traits where if we had children they could inherit it. And she is obese, which is a moderate health penalty. I mean, we're both paranoid, so that doesn't really help much because paranoid people don't exactly get along with other paranoid people either. So yeah, she's not really worth it. She's not worth the 19 gold it would cost to have her join my camp. Do you have a name or can I call you mine? 82% chance that she's charmed. It's an intrigue challenge, and because of my high intrigue, I could just get her for free. Why don't we take this somewhere comfier? But I don't have the seducer trait. I mean, even if the 17% chance comes through, the only thing that happens is that she starts ignoring me and I return to the tavern entrance. So yeah, I'm willing to do this. If I can have her for free, why not? I can have multiple spouses because this is a polygamous religion. So let's see if I fail to entice her. She's charmed by my advances and joined my camp. Is she... Ooh, I did not marry her. Okay. Okay. Should I, though? Should I? I would like children as quickly as possible, but I do not want my first child to come from her. I would like my first child to be from someone with inheritable traits. Or at the very least, someone who's quick like me. Yeah, so she joined my camp. Nice to have you. But you can stay there. I will not marry her. But look at the look at my face. I'm so blissful. When I leave her company, Lamo resumes chatting to a couple of friendly tavern goers as I march back to the middle of the room. At a table by the entrance, a couple of locals are playing some exotic board game using rough pieces of black and white stone. Leisurely eyeing their moves, I carefully weigh my options. I got hung up because I was thinking of what that is, and I think that's obviously Go. They're playing Go with black and white stones. So let's see who's up for recruitment. Inquire with the unemployed tavern goers. Approaching the crew of unemployed sangpas, I raise my voice and address them directly. I am looking for some skilled, reliable people to join my camp. Who among you are up for that task? The interested parties introduce themselves as Kadroma the Prudish, Niitri the Humble, and Shanglon the Wrathful. Sobar hums and peers at the prospects as I consider which candidate to recruit. Kadroma the Prudish. He's chaste. That makes sense. 16 intrigue, 16 prowess. This guy's actually really good for my camp because we're going to be doing a bunch of intrigue schemes, and I also need someone with good prowess to be one of my champions. And I think 16 would make him my best, or tied for my best. He's also a hunter, which I don't believe we have in our camp currently. Meanwhile, Niitri the Humble, and she does have the humble trait. She's a great steward and great at learning. So she would also be useful. Religious gambler. Blackguard. I don't know what blackguard means. Very dishonorable, and is significantly more likely to start hostile schemes, abuse their position as regent, send blackmail, use to find secrets consular task, withhold hostages, and betray their friends and spouses. Much less likely to follow through on commitments and can stoop incredibly low to fulfill their goals. But I did want him because of his intrigue, so I think that's a good thing. Meanwhile, Shanglon Gyalsundo, this was the name we originally had with the very first character we created. Also, Miracle Worker. That is a virtue, both in his religion and in mine. And he is quick and a seducer with 28 learning. So he's wrathful, but he's also trusting and forgiving. But I want him in my camp only to marry him quickly so he can have quick children. And then my children will be quick, and then I can marry my children to his children so that their children will be intelligent. And that is the goal. So all three of them are good, but the order in which I would want them is in the order they appear from right to left. Shanglong first, then Nitri, then Kadroma the Prudish. Nitri the Humble, Shanglong the Wrathful. Okay. So Kadroma would cost 110. That's not worth it for the guy who was third on my list. Yeah, he's not worth 110 gold. Nitri would cost 123. Shanglong would cost 102. He's the least expensive and the one I liked the most. So yeah, I only see potential in Shanglong. Then he joins my court. But Nitri, though, I do need a wife. But she's ambitious, and I'm ambitious, and ambitious people do not like other ambitious people. Oh, that's unfortunate. I would like to marry her, but 123 gold, she's the most expensive. Meanwhile, Shanglan over here is 102 gold, which is still expensive, mind you. But I can marry him to that hot woman that I charmed into my camp, and as soon as I charmed her, I no longer wanted her. I can marry her to him, and they can have quick children. And then whenever I do get married, my children can marry their quick children. And hopefully my children are also quick. And two quick parents make an intelligent child. So I've already planned out the next 2 to 3 decades of this guy's life. So I definitely need him in my camp. Back at the tavern, as I make my way back from the recruits, I catch an enticing scent from the bowls of stew being prepared in the kitchen. Selbar, who's starting to look a bit weary, glances at a nearby table. If we're staying much longer, could we at least eat something, liege? No, because we're not staying longer. We are done here. Returning to the main square, we are greeted by the local butcher emptying her waste out back to feed her guard dogs. A pigeon sat atop a nearby teak tree, peering down at the scurrying sangpas with intelligent eyes. So the only option we have left is, I was thinking of something else. Consider additional points of interest. Moving away from the town entrance, I walk along a narrow path past some crooked houses into an adjoining open space. Ahead of me lies the path to the supply merchants and the artifact peddlers. And over yonder, I also spot what looks like a town crier in the distance. I do need some supplies. I'm about 875 short. So supplies are this way. Go to the supply stalls. Supplies! From taro to fabrics, firewood to sewing thread, supply merchant Mongza has it all. The stall is filled to the brim with whatever one might need for a night in the wilds. She also has some pretty good stats, but she's 47 already. So she cannot have any more children. Wise woman. I move a bit closer to draw her attention, and her face turns into a pleased grin at the sight of me. Anything catch your interest? I'll buy some of these and some of those. It'll cost me 44 gold, and I'll get out 962 provisions, which is actually more than my limit, more than my max. So will I just be capped at my max, or will it let me go over if I buy more? Isn't that Prabhu over there? Intrigue challenge. I successfully steal 240 provisions, or I fumble and raise her suspicions, and the provision cost is increased for 3 months. And I return to the main square. But it's an intrigue challenge, and I am great at intrigue. So that was probably my best decision so far, was choosing intrigue to be the pillar of my adventure character's personality. I could say let's head back. It's only 44 gold, but I have gone down to 73. So let's try and steal. 83% chance of success. And I successfully steal. She did not look happy. As we return from the supply merchant, an afternoon breeze trails along Kagar's main square. To my left, a grunting yak complains about the thorough inspection from a potential buyer. The saleswoman gently strokes its head reassuringly. Huh. I wonder what the guy who's trying to buy that yak is touching to make it grunt. I don't know, man. Suspicious. Maybe I can sell some artifacts? I'll go do the artifact stalls, but I don't want to sell my map. It's the only artifact I have. No questions asked. Let me take another sip of water. So, looking around for someone to take some items off my hands, the artifact peddler, Gielse, emerges to take a look at my inventory. He gently taps at the surface of detailed maps, then tilts his head as if listening for something. Then he nods. Suddenly, I can hear my champion Selbar's outraged voice in my ear. "You are being taken advantage of. I can get you a better offer." So I would be willing to part with, and I could choose to sell the artifact for 47 gold. Hold on. I'm trying to remember now. And this is bad that my memory doesn't go this far back, but how much did it actually cost me to buy the detailed maps? Was it not 50 gold? So if I sell it for 47, I'm losing 3 gold. I just threw away 3 gold for nothing. Right? Was it 50 gold that I bought the detailed maps for, or was it 30? I don't actually remember. GLC, that merchant over there, actually made me a higher offer, and I could sell the map for 56%. Or for 56 gold. And I lose 19 stress. Or he decreases the offer to 34, and I gain 44 stress. I can tell Selbar to take care of it, and he sells it for 56. But I gain 44 stress because I'm ambitious. Yeah, let's head back. I didn't want to sell the maps anyways. I just came here to see if there was some other option the event would give me that would give me something I couldn't think of. As we return from the artifact peddlers, other people seemingly also return from various parts of the town, and the ebb and flow of visitors to the main square runs high. The noise and loud bartering at the nearby supply stalls echo all the way through to here, giving the main square a hectic feel. So the town crier might have something for us. Look for a contract. The town crier perks up as I approach, incessantly chattering about the nearby contracts posted by local nobles. She is accompanied by a friendly, shifting white and brownish gray old cat who looks at me with the clearest blue eyes as I intently listen to the narrated listings. Discreet experts required for lucrative opportunities. Adventurers wanted for a treasure hunt. Professional travelers wanted for escort ventures. Oh, okay, a treasure hunt. That sounds interesting. I am up for lucrative opportunities. Creates up to 2 criminal contracts. I don't really want that. Creates a treasure map contract for 75 prestige, though. I do want that. I would be up for some traveling. Creates up to 2 transport contracts for 75 prestige. Now, let's go with the treasure hunt. Sauntering back from the town crier, I observed the sky a bit before finding myself back at the main square. To my left, a clucking chicken complains about the thorough inspection from a potential buyer. Okay, so this is the same as the yak. That guy, he was buying a yak and touching it all over the place. Now he's touching the seller's chickens. I don't know. Let's head back. Return to the main square. Returning to the main square, we are greeted by the local butcher. A raven sits atop a nearby tea tree, no longer a pigeon. The pigeon must have flown away, scared by the raven. So I think I'm done here. No more options, so let's go back to camp. The treasure of a lifetime. The retired treasure hunter Kieden needs help locating one final elusive hoard. This will remain valid as long as you have the treasure map in your possession. So she pays me 50 gold and I lose 81 stress. And because it would put me above my provision capacity, the additional 365 will be sold on the local market for 18, and I gain 697 provisions. Okay, is it this? Treasure map. Okay. Oh, so it will always be in my camp. Okay. That's good to know. Let's not take that for now. Let's waste some of our provisions first. Once we waste some of our provisions, then we will take it, and that contract will help us refill our provisions. There's the treasure map. Okay. And I said, if I remember correctly, that we would do this contract first. But before I do that, let me just make sure everything is all hunky-dory. Everyone is average at everything. Ooh, Shanglong would be a good doctor. Oh yes, he is a miracle worker. Trusting, forgiving. He's wrathful but forgiving. So he has a quick temper, but is very quick to forgive you for whatever angered him in the first place. So yeah, let's make him my doctor. No cost for a doctor. That's perfect. And then improve skills or advanced research. The advanced research will cost me 0.1 per month, but it helps my monthly lifestyle experience. And so he can focus on advanced research. Meanwhile, the caravan master, average, second, Selbar and Sangieka. Are they married to each other? No, they're not. Sangieka married Rinchen the Proud. Sangieka the Compassionate. Okay. Stooge is average, and then bodyguard is average. Okay. So Shanglong was the only good. Oh no, my second is good. What does my second do? Most trusted officer at camp, aiding the leader as next in command. They're responsible for orders and organization in the leader's absence. Okay, but what does it do? Ooh, it increases all of my stats. I definitely need that. Okay. Selbar was my first follower. Sangieka came after Selbar, I believe. I mean, they both came at the same time. I'm just trying to remember on the list of names that the options gave me which one was on top. And I think it was Selbar, but honestly, it doesn't even matter at that point. Selbar does have the best stats. Yeah. Or I shouldn't say the best stats. Well, no, I think he does have the best stats. If I added it up. Oh, it doesn't have some of all skills here. But yeah. Selbar, let's go with Selbar. He is content. Well, she is honest and compassionate. Stubborn and content. This is actually a tough decision. Selbar's stat is higher than Sangieka's in every category except diplomacy. But I do like Sangieka's honest and compassionate personality. Even though she's a little impatient. Meanwhile, this guy is stubborn. But I do like that he's content. And cynical would actually work in his favor as well. Righteous empath. Content atheist. You know what? Let's go with Selbar. You can be my second. No cost. Which is perfect. And now all of my stats should have gone up. Oh yeah, my intrigue is all the way up to 36. My martial is at 9. My prowess at 6. But everything else is double digits. Diplomacy is good. Learning is average. So 12 is average. 13 is good. So 12 is definitely above average. Because it's just on the borderline of good. But yeah, now I've got really good stats. And now that I have these positions filled, this guy's a plus 78, this guy's plus 100, this guy's plus 43. Are all my followers in the positive? Rinchen's in the negative. So let's sway Rinchen, make him like me. And then Llama over here. I'm not going to marry you, but I did charm her into my camp, and now that she's in my camp, let me marry her to Shanglong? Whole of body does give 20% to fertility. Meanwhile, Shanglong is a seducer, which also gives 20% to fertility. So they're both very fertile, more fertile than normal people. So their chances they're gonna have a lot of children is high. And then he's quick, so the chances that at least one of those children will be quick is also high. So then I can arrange her to marry, not me, to marry Shanglong. 12-year difference. There's only an 8-year difference between her and me, but that's fine. I'm 18. I have plenty of time, hopefully. I should get married quickly because I do not have a player heir. So if I die, it's game over. But I'm really risking it right now that I'm not going to die anytime soon. Because I should marry her. But I'm not going to. Send that proposal. And now they're married and hopefully they have some children quickly. And both the women in my camp are married. Okay? And now we need to use up some provisions before going on the treasure hunt. So let's improve ruler reputation. Right now we're at 2740. And I only have that scheme going on at the moment. So can I... This guy. Oh, Prabhu is also a title. Okay. I'm learning some new things. Fabricate a hook on this guy, and it is easy. But no, I'm about to do a contract. This is why I'm not fabricating hooks, because I need the people in my camp as agents for the contracts. Well-spoken envoys desired. To all upstanding, trustworthy fellows. Good employment in service of the Ngapo of Tongmoin may be found. Serious inquiries only. 57 gold for normal success, 67 for exceptional. What is this? The Legacy of Kirong. That's a decision? What is that? The Legacy... I don't know. Huh. Does it have to do with maybe this option? I've never seen that before, so I don't know what it is, but we'll keep that in mind, or at least try to. I'll probably forget about it in a couple minutes. So So yeah, let's travel to accept that. One danger area. Scout for talent while we're at it. Ooh. I can make haste. Because I'm impatient. Or craven. You need one of these. And I myself am craven, and one of my... Yeah, that's the one that I'm getting is because I'm impatient. Or because I'm craven. I could get circumspect. Circumspect. Yeah, let's make haste. I mean, it's free. It lowers my safety, but that's fine. Let's get there quick. We'll get there in 33 days at the moment. And there's only one danger area anyways, which is this spot, which we can avoid. And that's why I didn't care about my safety. Instead of going north, we can go south through Laze. Laze? I think it's actually Laze. Instead of going through Kuog. Yep, and now we're perfectly safe. No danger areas. It'll take us 38 days to arrive. There we go, on our horse. Scout for talent, a willing follower. I come across a man while passing through Laze. He is impatient and taps his foot as I approach. I'm tired of getting kicked around like a dog. No one respects me here. Everyone laughs as soon as Tarjane and Gulchu is uttered. Fools, buffoons, perverts. I get so mad. I must get out of here. My skills could serve you well, he continues. Shall we discuss payment? I'll happily pay you to join my camp. He can be my stooge. His aptitude is good for being a stooge. But it would cost me 75 prestige. Oh, wow. 19 prowess, 16 martial. Why would I pay him to be my stooge? This guy, a blade master as well. Already level 1, so he's no longer aspiring. He's actually a blade master. Honest, humble, and patient. I mean, this guy is awesome. I don't know why I would make him my stooge. I can only pay you in food and clothes. He gains 10 opinion of me. I lose 800 provision. Instead of the 75 gold. 75 gold and he'll gain 35 opinion. 800 provisions and he'll gain 10 opinion. Either way, I would much rather pay the provisions because the treasure hunt will gain me more provisions. So let's pay him in food and clothes. And now he's my stooge. And champion. Army champion. Yes, 19, 16, 15. So now I have good champions. Instead of Selbar over here, who only had 7. So what I want to do now is go to my court positions and fire him as my stooge. Although he is good at it. But I will fire him because I never use a stooge anyways. It is a stress losing position. I could humiliate the stooge. It costs me prestige, but it's in exchange for a nice stress-free life. And as someone who's paranoid, I do gain stress a lot, but I'm currently at 0, and there are other ways to lose stress. And he is too good to be a stooge. So I will fire him. Cost me 25 prestige, that's fine. And then make him my bodyguard. Oh, he actually gained opinion of me after I fired him as a stooge. That's good. Then I will make him my bodyguard. The bodyguards, I don't have to pay anyone for any position, which is good. I'm paying 0.1 only because my personal physician is doing advanced research. If he was not doing advanced research, it wouldn't cost me anything. And if he was improving skills, it would cost me, but it would cost me 0.1 prestige per month, not gold. So yeah, this is the good thing about being in a camp. The court positions you can fill for free. So Tarjay will be my bodyguard. And while we're at it, no, these guys are still average. Can I fire Wozer? I mean, he's okay. Average is average. It's not bad. So we'll keep him there. 2 bodyguards is better than 1. And he's 44. So he might not last long. But now we are arriving at this contract. Bettering the Ngapo's name. And we saw earlier that Ngapo was... the name of a count, maybe? Maybe a... Oh, hold on, I'm getting a message. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. Just dealing with some text messages. So, bettering the Ngapo's name. It's no secret that Ngapo Shent Son, because I think the 2 dots makes a O sound, not an A sound. So, Shenson's reputation isn't all that it could be. Unhappy vassals, worrisome mutterings about tyrannical behavior, a dearth of intangible prestige. All signs that can point towards a shakier grip on power than most lords would like. Paying someone to clear up such misunderstandings won't come cheap, of course. At least, not if I have anything to say about it. So we can do balance. Let's just get on with our task. But no, we're here to earn. So let's go with success chance. Again, we don't have anyone waiting for us, so we don't really have to care about scheme phase. Let's see here. We do have some good followers with diplomacy. Although she's only a 4. Oh, it's because she's impatient and honest, which does not make... An honest person is not a good diplomat. So Selbar here would be 14. Lama would be 12. Those would be my 2 diplomats, unless they're better at something else. Either Wozer or Shanglon would be my scribe. Selbar would be my... Yeah, so he's going to be my musician. And Rinchen would be my gabbler. Selbar would be here. So here either Wozer or Shanglon. Lamo and Rinchen here. Which means Rinchen cannot be here, which means Lamo would be here. Which means, no, because Lamo and Rinchen would both go here. Wozer would go here. Selbar would go here. And Sangyeka, the compassionate, would be my gabbler. Okay, because it doesn't matter if she's honest there. She's just trying to waste time, right? That's what a gabbler does. There's an art to speaking for an hour without saying a thing. Yes. Benefits from gregarious and fickle, suffers from shy and humble. Okay, so first and foremost, I know musician, I would want Selbar. So my success should go from 40 max to 73? Yes. Just from him, it goes to 73 max. Then my scribe would be Wozer. He's wrathful. He's diligent. Yes, so Wozer would be my scribe. I don't want to involve my personal physician in my schemes. I need him to be by my side to heal me should I need it. So now that 21 increased my success chance all the way to 94%, which means I no longer have to care about the diplomats. And so instead of having Lamo and Rinchen be the two diplomats, I could have the Gabbler be Rinchen, who's the best. So then this should go from 3 months to 2 months until the next phase. Oh, 50 days. Yep, that's just about 2 months. And now this should be 50 days every phase. I'm at 94% success chance. Is that maxed out? Or can I get it a little higher? Because usually 95 is max. So if I hire Lamo as the diplomat. Oh, it's at 100. I don't even need another scheme agent. But she's at... Let's remove her. Because I'm at 94. So I only need 6. So if I put Sangieka as the diplomat, I'm at 98%. And then if I add in Tarjay, that's 99%. But no, that's not... Yeah, why am I doing that? Let's just have it at 100 with 1 person. Then at 99 with 2 people. There you go. That's 100%. Let's clear all of these. And now, once we get 5 advantages, we can execute the scheme because it's at 100% success chance. So we don't have to wait. Let's unpause and let the time start moving. We're a month away from the next phase. 50 days every phase. And we need 5 advantages, so we need 5 phases. People around camp have gifted Wozer. Wozer the Hunter, that's his new nickname. Oh, he does have the Hunter trait. Swift Shot and Swifter Eye are renowned for leagues in every direction. Some say his bow can reach as far as his name travels. Oh, that's a nice turn of phrase. A well-oiled machine. Our little forest of tents putting itself up every few evenings is something we've gotten very, very good at of late. First one, then another, with people and tools spreading out down the lines to help their neighbors in a model of speed and efficiency. Even Wozer and Shanglon, who aren't generally known for moving in the same circles, are quietly humming along as they aid each other. A place for everything and everything in its place. I mean, they have the same religion and are part of the same cultures. I don't know why it says they don't travel in the same groups or in the same circles. I could say, do you need another hand? Wozer gains opinion of me. Shanglong gains opinion of me because I'm one of us. One of us. It does cost me 75 prestige, though. And I gain stress because I'm ambitious. I don't think I would do that then. Don't like that. Move them apart. They both lose 10 opinion of me because of they're annoyed. But I lose 19 stress because I'm paranoid, so I want them to be more separate. I want to be able to see what's going on. I don't want them to be able to sneak between tents without me knowing what's happening. Hold on a second, let me take a sip of water. Okay, good to see those two getting along. I think this is the best. Oh no, they gain 30 opinion of each other, so it has nothing to do with me. This one they lose 10 opinion of me, but at least I lose 19 stress. But I'm at 0, right? Yeah, so I don't care about this. This one they gain 30 opinion, but I would lose prestige and gain stress. This one's at plus 86. This one's at plus 52. So they both already like me a lot. Let's just stay out of it. Good to see them getting along. It has nothing to do with me. Not everything has to do with me. So we've got 3 advantages already. But we're not at 100% yet. So it looks like we're going to execute it with more than 5 advantages. Because we have to wait until this success chance goes all the way up to 100. But meanwhile, while that is happening, proving grounds have been built in my camp. So now I can hire men-at-arms. But I'm not going to do that at the moment. Instead, I will construct an internal upgrade to the proving grounds. Oh, these are even more expensive. Never mind then. Instead, what I'm going to do is I will build a barber's tent because I need the gold per month. Because right now, nothing is coming in, but I do have 0.1 going out to pay my personal physician to help me increase my lifestyle experience. So let's have a barber's tent, which should increase the domicile income by 0.2 per month, which means I'll be making 0.1 per month because you have to take away the 0.1 I'm currently losing per month. But yeah, if I upgrade it max, that's 1.2 gold per month. Let me look at everything else to see if there's anything else that would make me money. Mess tent, nope. No to the roaring campfire or the proving grounds because I already built anyways. And then the camp perimeter. No gold from camp perimeter. Yeah, so barber's tent is the only thing that makes me money. So let's build it. And now I'm down to 12 gold. But it'll be done in 6 months, which means I'll only lose 0.6 gold before it's built. So if I don't waste my 12 gold on anything else, I should have enough gold to weather the storm. Not to mention that I currently have a contract going on and they'll pay me for my success. And then I'll go on a treasure hunt. And you know the treasure hunt's gonna make me money. Yeah, we're at 29%. So is it going by up by 9% every phase? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, it is going up by 9% every phase. Oh, it's just telling me that the scheme, I have 5 advantages. Okay, so if it's going up by 9% every phase, then this should be 47. Okay, and now I have 53 left. So it'll take me 4 more phases, right? 9 times 4 is 36. 9 times 5 is 45. 9 times 6 is 54. So it'll take me 6 more phases. Ins and outs. As we trudge down the road, a building hove into view. The battered sign outside reads, "The Ashen Horse Inn." No luck here tonight. We've barely got room for our current lodgers, let alone anyone new. Inside, the innkeeper shakes his head dismissively. And especially not you ragtag types. Ragtag? I'm afraid I absolutely require lodging. It only cost me 5 gold. But I gain stress because of my paranoia. Man, my paranoia is making me gain stress no matter every single time I do something. I get stressed out. Comfortable trappings is a small health boost. Ooh, 5% chance I kill him. I'm not sure I like that. Surely we can come to an agreement. It would just cost me an extra 10 gold. But I don't have 15 gold to spend. I only have 12. It is the best option, though. Because I don't gain stress. There's an 8% chance I gain stress, but I don't automatically gain stress like I do with the first option. And I also don't gain dread, which I do with the first option. Yeah, so let's go 3 gold into debt. Here we go. Looks like I'm not going to be able to weather the 6-month storm. Yeah, I gained comfortable trapping for 10 years, though, which is really good. Small health boost, less stress gain, more provision capacity. So now I'm at 4,000 capacity. Wait, the tent is done? That was quick. So I'm back to making 0.1 gold per month. Or not back to, but now I'm making 0.1 gold per month. The 0.2 in income and the 0.1 in expenses, which total to 0.1 profit. Okay, so the tent is done. And then Rinchen is not swayed. But I'm still swaying him, right? Yeah, the scheme is still ongoing. Meanwhile, I am in debt, yes. But I should, in 10 months, have 1 gold. So... yeah, I mean, and these months are going by much quicker than I thought they would. I'm at 56% though. I'll have to wait until it reaches 100. I'm 19 years old, so time isn't going that fast. But those 6 months went by incredibly fast. Let me unpause and wait for these schemes to keep going. A friendly clamor. It's tough to describe what's so appealingly intimate about the low buzz of a camp settling in for the evening. Maybe it's the discussions of distant places, like we've all been there already. The mixed screams and forced politeness from the barber's tent. Or even the chittering cries of local birds as night begins to fall. Oh, that one caught me completely off guard. The mixed screams from the barber's tent. Oh, jeez. Oh wow. I still can't get over the mixed screams. Alright, let's get over it, guys. All of this forms a quiet, comforting blanket of familiarity. This is my domain, and these are my people. A small kingdom, but one where I know every sight, sound, and soul. Let's see, I can retire to my own tent and simply listen. I gain prestige and lose stress. But I'm still at 0 stress, right? Yeah. Perhaps a shave and a haircut. Why is this bloody knife symbol here? Oh, man. Oh. I don't know why, but it's got me. It hit my funny bone. This barber's tent has definitely hit my sense of humor. All life on the move is no excuse to let personal grooming slip. Attraction opinion plus 15. Looking immaculate. Nightly drill waits for no man. Always at drill. Martial plus 3 for 10 years. Huh. That's interesting. Martial plus 10 for 10 years. Plus 3 for 10 years. Or attraction opinion plus 15 for 10 years. So everyone will get plus 15 opinion of me for 10 years. That is quite the conundrum. 10 years will be when I'm 29. I think I'd much rather get plus 15 opinion. So let's get a shave and a haircut. But you know what? I think I'm okay with that decision. Learning from the best. 2 of my agents, Selbar and Wozer, seem to have found common cause in our plan beyond the basic goal. Impressed by his compatriot's skill with the letters, speechcraft, and general rhetoric required to improve ruler reputation, Wozer has taken to studying what Selbar does differently to himself in the hopes of improving his own skills. Harmless enough in theory, but it doesn't help our overall goal. So I could say this is Wozer here studying what Selbar wrote. So I could say excellent, and Wozer's diplomacy increases by 3 permanently. Not bad, but he doesn't really need diplomacy. Put that energy into the plan, you fool. Focused on goal for the next 5 years. Scheme phase length is 20 days faster. It's important above all else to remember what we must accomplish. That is really good, 20 days, especially since the scheme phase lasts 50 days. So that means if I choose this option, each scheme phase will be 30 days long. Or I could just gain 500 diplomacy lifestyle experience. Perhaps there's something I could learn from this. But I don't think I would ever use that 500 experience. Because currently I'm focusing on intrigue. After intrigue, I'll focus on stewardship to get the golden obligations perk so that I can blackmail people for money. And then after stewardship, after I get that perk, I will go straight to learning. So I don't think I'll ever be in the diplomacy tree. Let me just double check just to make sure. Benevolent intent, unknown name. Befriend. No, I don't think I would ever be here. So I don't really need the 500 diplomacy experience. Yeah, put that energy into the plan, you fool. Let's see. Currently there are 30 days until the next phase. Now it should be 10. And then when the next phase begins, it should be 30. Yes. Perfect. So when this reaches 10, I might just reach 100%. No, I think I'll have to wait until it reaches 12. At which point I can just wait until it reaches 15. Yeah, it's at 93 right now with 11 advantages. I can wait for 4 more phases to go by, which is what, 120 days? Aches and pains. Oof. I find myself making such noises when I'm sitting down at the campfire in the evening now. The elders always talk about how that happens when you get older. But I'm only 19. No, such is the wear and tear of a life lived rough. I can see the toll it takes on the others, too. Selbar winces a bit as he slumps down next to me. Yeah. He's definitely wincing there. Although it looks like more like he has to go to the bathroom. He needs a toilet more than that his bones are cracking every single time he stands up and sits down. So I can pay 15 gold. And every follower would gain 15 opinion of me. And everyone gains refreshed and rested. But that's 15 gold. I'm currently 2 gold in debt. My poor back demands more luxurious finishings. I would have needed 100 gold for that. Even if I had that option, I would not choose it. Or we must soldier on. Your body gets used to it and you lose 13 stress. Or you continue to suffer and gain 42 stress and cricked neck. Tiny health penalty. For 5 years. So yeah, even if it is 15 gold and I'll be 17 gold in debt, this contract is almost over. And it pays out at the very least. If I do the very worst but still succeed, because it's 100% success chance, the very worst I can get is 56 gold. So let's go to that inn that we just passed. Everyone gets rested and refreshed. I lose 38 stress, which I do not have, but that's fine. Okay, I'm at 100%. But, studious scheming. Sobar is certainly an asset to my contract, providing skill, wisdom, and guidance as best he can at a return. Most recently, that's meant offering to help tutor me in an effort to improve our overall chances. That offer is tempting, if presumptuous. So I can accept diplomacy challenge against me. He'll attempt to use his skill to teach me. This is easier the better than you he is, and he is better than me. My diplomacy could increase by 1 permanently, or he could gain 45 stress. Or I could tell him to put your mind to the task, not to me. So instead of 9% every scheme phase, it would get 10% every scheme phase. But I've already hit 100, so I no longer need that. So I'll take the 1 diplomacy. Even if it fails, you're the one getting stressed, not me. Well, so let's see if I learn a thing or two. Nope, it was a waste of time. But yeah, so I can execute the contract now with 10 advantages. Because it's at 100%, so I'm going to succeed. However, I could wait for 3 more advantages. And maybe be exceptional. Because 100% just means I'll succeed. But the type of success has nothing to do with the success chance. It could be an ordinary success or it could be an exceptional success. Let's look at the contract. Yeah, ordinary success is 57 gold, exceptional is 67. But the opinion he gains of me is doubled. The prestige I gain is doubled, and the provisions we gain is doubled. Plus, this one he's added to my roll of patrons. But on this one, not only is he added to the roll, but I also getting a weak hook because I excelled at the contract. So we are definitely going to wait until my schemes get to 15. Ooh, I have a new intrigue perk. Nice. So we are going to dig for dirt or look good in comparison. Exposing secrets gives prestige based on the rank of the target or swift execution. Murder phase length 120 days faster. So I'm definitely going to dig for dirt because I want to find secrets. The more secrets I know, the better. Because eventually when I gain the golden obligations perk, I can demand payment for every hook I have. So let's start collecting them now. Yeah, and then I think I look good in comparison. We'll get across that bridge and we'll get to it. So we are now digging for dirt. Every single time we travel, we can learn some secrets. And we'll be traveling a lot. Because that's sort of our job as adventurers, is to travel to and fro. So now we have 14 schemes in 2 weeks. We'll be able to finish this contract. Plenty in common. Life in close quarters tends to magnify relationships, good and bad. Fortunately for Tarjay and Sangieka, their common interest in avoiding the perils of lying at all costs has proven to be a strong bonding agent. The two laughing and joking together at camp and riding alongside one another on the road is becoming an increasingly common sight. Are they married to each other? No, Sangieka is married to Rinchen. But they have no children. Why not? He is lustful, which improves his fertility. Honest doesn't like deceitful. Compassionate doesn't like callous or sadistic. Is he callous, sadistic, or deceitful? No. Then she's impatient, which does not like patient people. But no, he is also. They're both impatient. Okay, they have that in common. Okay, so this is just a friendship. They're not cheating on each other, correct? So I can encourage the friendship. No. They might think I'm overbearing. It's a diplomacy challenge, and I'm not good at diplomacy, and Sangieka has the highest diplomacy in our entire camp. So I'm not doing a diplomacy challenge against her. I can try to break them apart. But again, why bother? Another diplomacy challenge. Or I could just say good for them. Has nothing to do with me and they become friends. Okay. Good for them. Okay, there it is. 15 advantages. So let's execute the scheme. Leverage our advantages. Bettering the Ngapo's name, success. He only paid me 57 gold, which is unfortunate. It's surprising how much a few little words in quiet corners can change a situation. A whisper here, a comment there, an action defended at dinner. It wouldn't have nearly the same meaning coming from a landed magnate, of course. Too much power, too much at stake, too much risk of insincerity, but a humble explorer, stopping at court briefly as he and his band wend their way around the world? Well, now that's an entirely different game. Needless to say, Ngapo Shenson is more than happy with our efforts, and we must be on our way. We have a long path ahead of us. So it was only an ordinary success. That's unfortunate. Especially since it was at 100% and I leveraged 15 advantages. That's fine. We'll get back to camp now. And then I will... Scouting for talent, a willing follower. I come across a woman while passing through Laze. Laze again? She is suspicious and glances around as I approach. Hark! Are you lost, traveler? My name is Lagian. I know these lands well. I herd my sheep through these beautiful slopes every day, but my heart belongs to distant roads. To be a pathfinder, a guide. That is my dream. I may not be the best, but I am willing, she says. For but a few pieces of gold, I will join your camp. Lagian. High learning. Above average intrigue. Nothing else is worth even looking at. What is this, though? Unreformed Tibet. They consider us evil. I can happily pay you to join my camp. She will be a caravan master, but her aptitude is poor, and it would cost me 20 gold to hire a poor caravan master. Why would I do that? Hit the road, you useless fool. And it's not even undeserving of me calling her a fool, because her personality is callous fool. So hit the road. We do not need her. Now we're back at camp with 40 gold. You can use make a request and track. Oh, yes, because he's in our role of patron, so now I can ask him for something. I can marry someone in his court. Who is in his court? Does he have any women in his court? These are all men. Oh, he has a powerful vassal I can marry. Oh, she's already married. Wow, she's 36. She looks much younger than 36. Okay. I thought she was a teenager. Never mind then. I will keep that in my back pocket and remember, should I ever need it, that I can ask of something from Shenson. But for now, we are back at camp. Can we gather provisions? 3 years. I'm 20. So if I gather provisions, how many can we get? Well, no, let's go on the treasure hunt first, and then if we still need provisions, I can gather provisions then. Let me just make sure there are no other contracts around here. I do like this trickster. So after the treasure hunt, we will go with confidence to trickster. And then if there are no more other contracts, we will move further north to up to Amdo. Although we'll go, I think we'll go to Nagku first. Nagku. Yeah, we'll go east first and then go north through Nagku into Amdo. Because that is where my people are. The Sumpa people. Oh, I don't even have to go as far north as I thought. I don't think I have to go to Amdo. I can just stay here in Nagku. This is as far south as my people go. Right here. So I think I can go here. After finishing these 2 contracts. So let's begin with the treasure hunt. I've never done one of these before. Treasure map. The treasure of a lifetime. Okay, I've read this before already. 50 gold for qualified success. Not as much gold as I thought. But I do gain 1,100 provisions. So take the contract. The one that got away. Kieden walks up to me and pats my shoulder. Such a good lad. I truly appreciate your aid in this one final excursion. Ooh, wow. 58. She's scratched up. Severely injured. Oh, man. I can see why you're retiring from the treasure hunting game. She hands over a tattered treasure map. It's an artifact. Nice. The wrinkles around her eyes softening as she smiles. It may not look like much, but I wrestled with Mara himself to obtain this. Treat it with care. Pausing for a moment to let the words sink in, the old woman then cackles. Whenever you're ready, we've a treasure to dig up. So that gives me a excavate treasure decision. Oh, she joined my camp. Okay. I'll get to it soon, or let's head out. I mean, she's in my camp. She's not really that good, so I don't really need to use her for anything. So let's head out. Excavate treasure. A treasure map coupled with a retired adventurer's final plea. I am getting old and my body is failing. Find this elusive treasure and bring it back to me. My time is running short. Start travel to Alexandria Troas. That in the county of Abydos. Those names sound very Greek. How far are we going? Greece is like Greek culture's all the way over here in the Byzantine Empire. How far are we traveling? Because I might not want to do this. The county, start travel, located in the county of Abydos. Okay, so the county of Abydos. Okay. That is quite the adventure we want to go on. I am an adventurer though, so. But this is pushing it. They want me to travel across all of South Asia, the entirety of the Middle East, and go into the Aegean Sea in Europe. So they want me to travel basically from India to Greece. How long is this travel? Let's organize the travel, okay? A treasure map coupled with a retired adventurer's final plea. Okay, yes. So I can travel with camp. It'll move my camp, but I can move. I want to move with my camp because I don't want to leave it all alone. So let's see what we can find. Travel with camp, even if it'll cost me more provisions. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. I, you know what? Fine. I see what's happening here. 21 months. Seriously? It'll take me less than 2 years to travel all of that. Okay. Whatever you say, game. What if I don't make haste? 22 months. This lowers my travel speed even more. No. Okay, so what I want is scout for talent. No. What I want is to be safe. This is for mountains, wetlands, and floodplain. This is for deserts and desert mountains. Jungles, forests. This is for the sea. Play, and this is 22 high danger, 17 medium, 3 low. If I hire an adventure ambassador, none of this will change. Medical equipment, none of this changes. Hire mercenary guards. Okay, that does change a lot. But for a contract that's going to cost me 50 gold, that's going to pay me 50 gold, am I going to spend 20 just to get there? It would not be worth it at that point. So I'm just going to have to do no cost. And we're going to have to try and figure out a way to get there quickly. Is this all safe? Yeah, okay. These coastal seas are completely safe. I'm used to when I was playing here in Spain, these coastal waters being completely unsafe. But what I can do while I'm doing this contract is hit as many points of interest as I can. So if I'm going to spend 2 years rather than 21 or 22 months, what's the difference between that and like 28 or 29 months? So let's hit every single point of interest I can on this long trip. 31, 42, 46, 12, 47. I think I can just go through here instead. This is all safe, right? Yeah, so if I go through here instead, I only have that danger. So it went from 2217 to 2216. And then let's hit, what is this? Nalanda University, which gives me 150 intrigue lifestyle. And then I hit Mahabodhi Temple, which gives me 150 learning lifestyle and 100 piety. And then what other points of interest are there? There are none around here. But should I go north instead? Through here. Yeah, because going south, this is a lot of danger. Although I do have this here. Vallabhi University. Provisions run out past this point. Okay. So before any of this, what that has told me is, let's gather some provisions before we go on this long trip. Unnecessarily long trip. Why does she have a treasure map from Greece? In India. North of India in Tibet. Please not nettle soup again. The bounty of Kagar. Stepping outside my camp, I survey the surrounding mountains, seeking any sign of game or fodder. Kagar should treat us well. The slopes are full of life, and one need only take the proper time and care to find food here. So I can find us some things to eat. Learning challenge. With a chance I get wounded, I don't like that. With my snares I shall feed us all. Prowess challenge. With an even higher chance I get wounded. I need a chief forager or a huntsman. Neither one of those work. Why do I not have a huntsman? Because I need proficient trackers. How do I... Oh, baggage train. I need the baggage train. That's fine. I can find us something to eat. There's only a 12% chance I get wounded. But there's a 37% chance I find nothing. Combine those and it's still under 50, so let's take the chance. And I found nothing. That's just perfect. Okay, so let's do this treasure map. Decision. Excavate the treasure. Organize travel. Travel without the camp. Let's see what we can find. I'm already excavating it, but I'm not though. How do I go back to the travel screen then? I don't like it when this happens because this doesn't let me go to the travel screen. Okay, now we're in a bit of a pickle because now I don't know how to get back to the travel screen, but the game doesn't let me organize my travel again because it's telling me I'm already traveling. So now we're in a bit of a pickle. So, does anyone know how to fix this? I could equip the treasure map, I guess. I have no idea what to do. Decisions and contracts. Nope, that's not it. I don't know what to do. Why is she my successor? That's weird. How do I go back? Can I go back? Back. It does not let me go back. So how do I go back to the map screen where I organize my travel? Here? This is for my military. I can travel to accept other contracts. I don't get that. That means I have not accepted the other contract. So now if I exit out of this, can I go back to this? Okay, it's not letting me do anything. Let me unpause the game. Let some time go by and then pause it again. Okay, I'm continuing to soy him, that's fine. But now if I try and do this. Yep, now I can do it again. Okay, just needed some time. So travel without the camp should be faster, since it's only going to take 2 years. Oh, travel without the camp will take me 3 years. But I will not run out of provisions at all during the travel. So that's nice. And instead of make haste, we will search for secrets. And now I believe the first thing we did was go through Dingye. And then cross the river here into Nalanda University. Hit Mahabodhi Temple. And then once we hit Mahabodhi Temple, we'll go straight north. Ooh, no. Let's hit the temple. Oh, so this will be a bit of a detour, because this river crossing is too dangerous. It's only a 3% chance of danger compared to this one. So you know what? Let's get rid of this. And this. And then we will go from Chunar up to Varanasi. Wait, no. From Chunar up to Varanasi. Cross the bridge there. And then go back and hit the capital of the Pratihara Kingdom in Kanyakubja. So that's another point of interest hit. I'm not going to hit these down here in southern India. However, I can hit these two. And these two. University. This one increases martial. This one stewardship. So I can avoid these two. Stewardship. I will get stewardship at one point. So if I can get that stewardship perk without actually... Wait, I can get it on my way back. Okay, I'll go north on my way there, south on my way back, and hit these two. Yeah, I can do that. So then I will hit this Iron Pillar of Delhi. And then go through the Khetri mining settlement. 18. no. Hold on. From here, go through here. No, wait. Can I not go through here? I don't get why. Do these two places not border each other? Oh, they don't. Okay, then never mind. This is 38 and 18. This is 33 and 27. Which is 60. Meanwhile, this is 56. So this would actually be safer either way. So yeah, let's go through here. And then through here. Why am I going south again? I think it's because I want to hit this university. So then we're going to cut through here. This is quite the trip. And then here. Can I avoid all of this? Yes. And then once I hit that university, I can then go... Man, this is quite the journey we're making through here. And then through here. And then there's no need for this land because I can then just go to here. Ooh, no. Let's remove that. Go here. And then here. In between there, let's go here. And then here. Hit that university. And then get back into the Arabian Sea after hitting the university. Okay, so this is quite the journey we're taking. But then once I'm at sea, I do not want to hit the open sea. I want to stay on the coast where it's safe. So we'll go through here. And then this should all be... This is very dangerous. I think I'm going to go up the Red Sea instead. Yep, and then come here. And then I'll go through the land and then go down the Persian Gulf on my way back and hit all of these. So I'm going to hit a lot of points of interest. 3 years. It might even take me more. This is quite the journey I'm planning for myself. So we're going to go here. Nope. We're going to go here. I've never put these many points that I've hit here. And then we are going to keep going south. Here. Yes. And then we're going to make some landfall. $32. Okay. We are going to land in here. But we are not going to go that way. Instead, we're going to go this way. Hit La Vila and then go this way. The Saho does not border the ocean. Wow, okay. They just got cut off right at the corner. this is quite the trip. But I want to hit all these points of interest because I will never be able to hit these points of interest ever again. And so let's go to Mecca. And then go back this way because it's safer. And then back on the seas. And then hit Medina. What am I getting from these holy sites? Learning lifestyle? The Great Mosque of Mecca and the Prophetic Mosque in Medina. Oh, this is quite the trip that I'm going on. Yanbu. We'll make landfall, and then from Yanbu we'll hit Medina, and then go back to Yanbu, and go back to the sea. Yanbu is the safest of all these coastal areas. Of course, all of these could change by the time I get up here. And then we'll go up to where the Suez Canal exists in modern day. But first, let's hit St. Catherine's Monastery here in Sinai. Am I in the sea at the moment? Or did I make landfall in Tur? Okay. That is extremely dangerous. All of these are extremely dangerous. This is actually the safest. I want to hit the capital of the Tilinid Sultanate. This would be much safer if I brought my whole camp, but I cannot bring my whole camp because I would run out of provisions. Because it's such a long journey. Even if I didn't make all these detours, I would still run out of provisions very early on, while I was still in the Indian Ocean. Yes. So once I hit St. Catherine, I do want to go back into the Arabian Sea to avoid all of this danger over here. And then once I'm on the sea, I will make landfall, go to Cairo, visit the Great Pyramid of Giza, and there are no points of interest over here. So from the Pyramid of Giza, I will hit Alexandria, the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Then get back on the water. Go this way. I want to avoid this dangerous area here by staying close to the coast. Levantine Sea, Libyan Sea, Sea of Crete. And then go between the strait between Lindos and Carpathos. Then the Aegean Sea. And then from the Aegean Sea, I want to hit the mausoleum at Halicarnassus. Man, I'm going on a world tour right now. Oh, wow. And then from the mausoleum, we're almost at our destination, right? Because it's up here somewhere. Abydos. It's right here is our destination. So from the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, we will go back onto the sea and make our way to the Temple of the Theotokos in Athens. Yep. And then from the temple, we'll go back onto the sea. And I don't want to hit Abydos through the land. I want to just sail all the way straight from Attica, where Athens is, straight to Abydos. Can I make landfall in Abydos? Do I have to go through Alexandria Troas? Oh no, wait, I have to hit Alexandria Troas because of the contract. We have to go there. Yes, our destination is Alexandria Troas. So that is our destination. And then from there we go to Abydos. So we don't do this little thing. We can go straight there. Okay. So that was a long trip, but we made our way there by hitting... Ooh, hold on. Instead of that, from Attica, we can go up here and visit Mount Athos, the Siderocausia mining settlement in Polygyros, and the Hagios Demetrios in Thessalonica, or Thessaloniki. Yeah, so let's go here. Ooh, no, not through the land. Land is dangerous. So let's get back into the sea and then, yes, sail up there. I'm definitely going to have to hire a mercenary group. And then down here. And then down here. But I don't want to go through land again. And so once we're here, we can set sail again. Go through these islands and hit Alexandria Troas. Okay, quite the journey I planned. 4 years long, so that means it'll take me 2 years to get there and 2 years back. But I've hit all of these. It looks like I'm not going to be able to hit, what is this? Patras Castle, which is martial lifestyle. That's fine. And I'm not going to be able to hit Meteora, which is learning lifestyle, which is less fine, but it's not much I can do about that. I'm actually thinking, should I hit Meteora? I mean, it's not much of a detour. It's only 2 counties. I should hit Meteora. Okay. So, where is Thessalonica? There it is. So, before Thessalonica, I would go to Elassen. Ooh, no. Not through the land. So, before Elassen, I will go up here. And then from Elassen, I will hit Stagoi and then double back into the sea. Actually, can I get rid of... Ooh, no, I screwed that up. Gosh darn it. This is the problem with such a long journey. You can't screw anything up. There it is. Perfect. And then go up here, hit these 2. And then once I hit Ierisos, I will go back into the water to hit my destination. So there I go. I've hit everything except Meteora, or Patras Castle, which is unfortunate, but I'm going to have to miss Patras Castle. Meanwhile, on my return journey, we can visit Constantinople. Ooh, I wanted to visit it through the water, though. There you go. It's safer that way. And then from Constantinople, I've already been there. So I should sail to Sumela Monastery, but then I would avoid the Cilician gates. So here is my question. Do I hit everything here in the Holy Land? Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock, Petra, the capital of the Abbasid Empire in Damascus, the Citadel of Aleppo. Should I hit all of this and then jump across to hit this mosque, ruins of the palace of Ctesiphon, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad? Like, I could hit all of that. No, I could still hit these. So I would be losing Petra, the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, the Battle of Yarmouk, and Damascus. 450 stewardship for Damascus. Wow, okay. Okay, I see you, Damascus. 75 martial in this battle. 150 learning in Dome of the Rock, and 150 stewardship in Petra. The Sumela, 150 learning. Capital of the Armenian Principalities will give me 150 diplomacy. Jvari Monastery will give me 150 learning. So if I hit all of these, actually I could start from the bottom and then work my way up and hit all of them. The troglodytic settlements. The Sumelaman. Yep. And then hit everything. Yep, I can do it. But I will be going up and down and up and down and up and down. I could do it. Should I do it? This is really going to be a world tour. It's going to take way more. Right now I'm at 5 years, and I haven't even started my return journey. Okay, I should have brought my whole camp with me, but again, the provisions. And if I search for secrets, it's not worth it because some of these are too far for me to interact with anyways. So let's get rid of search for secrets. Oh wow, that just made a whole bunch of places a whole more safer. Okay. Yeah, okay. So instead of search for secrets, what if I make haste? That cuts a full year off. However, it makes it more dangerous. A lot more dangerous. Scout for talent reduces my... Okay, so I'm not going to be able to choose make haste or scout for talent. Let's focus on travel speed. I want to do this quickly. Mercenary guards. I mean, for such a world tour, I am going to spend the 20 gold on mercenary guards. That makes it much safer. And now, yeah, the captain doesn't do much because I'm not sailing past the coast. I'm staying close to the coast. So this is 12, 14, and 29. Okay, that's only 3 areas. Ooh, that one helped a lot. 6, 21, 10. Okay, so what Arid Explorers do completely eliminates the low danger areas. From 30, it goes all the way down to 10. However, the high danger areas, there were 6. 5 of them become medium dangers, and 1 of them gets completely eliminated. So that actually looks like the best so far. Meanwhile, Pathfinder eliminates 10 medium danger, 2 high danger, 2 low danger. So what happens if, rather than the mercenary guards, I get Pathfinder and Arid Explorer, 13, 28, 25. So now if I remove one of these for the mercenary captain, it was, what was it? 13, 28, 25. 13, 28, 25. 13, 28, 25. So it doesn't really get rid of high danger locations. It does get rid of 22 medium danger locations. 3 of them become low danger, and the other 20, the other 19 just get completely eliminated by the mercenary captains. $13, 28, 25. So let's get rid of Pathfinder. $13, 28, 25. Oh yeah, okay. So we definitely need, because we're going through a bunch of deserts here in the Middle East, especially. So we definitely need, and on our return trip back through Persia, It's all desert, so we definitely need the desert explorers, and the mercenary guards will help a lot with everything else. They also increase our travel speed, so it'll take 4 years currently. Oh boy, this is basically a pilgrimage that we're going on. World tour. We're experiencing all of the known world. Oh, what just happened? Oh my god, don't tell me. I haven't pressed anything. What just happened? Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. It just took me like 30 minutes to plan that entire travel itinerary to there. Okay. I wish this game was more intuitive on how to open the travel menu back up. I didn't press anything. How did it close? I'm so annoyed right now. That's 30 minutes that I will never get back in my life. Just wasted. Okay. I'm starting to get a headache, and I'm seriously considering whether I should do all of that again or forget the world tour, forget the points of interest, and just go there and back. But no. Gameplay wise, it makes more sense to hit every single point of interest. Just because the game screwed me and closed the travel menu does not mean that I should just ignore what is the better game options. Trying to give myself a pep talk so that I can go back and do all of this all over again. And of course I can't. I need a few seconds before I open this menu back up. How are your days going, chat? Has your day been fine? Let's have some small talk before I can get my mind state back into this again. Oh, I can't believe that happened. I know I'm laughing a lot, but something you guys should know is that I'm the type of person, when I'm at a funeral, if I'm sad, rather than cry, I laugh. So I'm the type of person that laughs at funerals. So all this laughing you're hearing, you guys should realize that is just evidence of how mad I am right now. Oh my god, I can't believe that happened. Okay, move past it. It's not a big deal. It's just a video game. Okay. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm trying, chat. I'm trying to get back into it, but I think I'll be better off just ending the stream here. It's not really rage quitting, but I think for my mental, it's better to just end the stream here, sleep on it, relax, and then come back to it, and I'll be ready to replan all this entire travel plan again to figure out how to go on the world tour tomorrow. I'm giving myself time. But I think I'm looking at the timer and it's been like 3 minutes of me just sitting here in silence. Or not in silence, but 3 minutes of us just looking at this screen without anything happening. I mean, it is nice. You get to see what the state of the world is like at the moment. But I really cannot find the motivation in me to start planning that whole plan again right now. Yeah, so we're just gonna end it here for today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I wish that didn't happen, because I was in a groove. We were planning our world tour, then we would have gone on the world tour, and that whole thing would have taken a whole bunch of time. So the stream would have been much longer. I probably wouldn't have ended stream until we got back from that world tour, but it doesn't sound like it's too much time because now we're ending it right before going on the world tour. But that world tour would have taken it would have taken me at least 15 to 20 minutes more to plan the return trip. And then the actual trip would have taken about a half hour, so it's a lot of time. But at least now we have a time for our plan for tomorrow's stream. Yeah, we're going to do that world tour. You know what? It doesn't feel right to end it there. So before we do all of that, let's do this little contract here. Can I do multiple things? The wise, sagacious, and perceptive Ngapo Gongpa of Nialam wishes entertainment for a season. Limited lodgings provided if you meet his discerning standards. Yeah, it looks like the game will let me do this. Probably because I haven't started to travel to the other place. So let's hit this little contract first before we end today's stream. We're scouting for talent and we're searching for secrets. Travel will take a month and a half, there and back. So this is a quick one. We don't have to worry about, everything is safe here, so we don't even have to worry about the travel. Oof. Okay, let's travel to accept the contract. Let's do this one little quick contract before we end today's stream. Confidence trickster. Trust me, poor gullible little Gongpa. He may be the Ngapo, but he's no smarter than the average backwater tavern drunkard. Merely richer. An open invitation for notable travelers to stay with his household for a time is all the opportunity my followers and I need, and before he knows it, the good Ngapo's wealth will be in my pocket, and we will be gone. Ho 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 ho. He's a count, so that hurts my scheme success chance. Minus 20. But I gain 9.1% per phase. And then we'll add more success chance people. Oh, let me pause the game. I forgot that the scheme begins as soon as I press it. Bound together. As this camp's leader, when two of my more notable followers wish to wed, it's my right to have the last word. They live within my protection, travel on my animals, and break my bread after all. Today's hopeful couple are Kieren, the treasure hunter, and Wozer, my bodyguard and champion. And with everything else in place, they only await me waving my permission, or else signaling my defiance. So this guy doesn't have anything worth having children, right? Yeah, he doesn't really have any traits that children could inherit, and since she's 59, she will not have children. And so I will permit the union. and they get married. Allow it, but permit no formal ceremony. Oh, okay. Or forbid them, which is just unnecessary stress for me. So permit the union. Not actual gameplay stress, but like an unnecessary hassle, is what I meant to say. So now these two are married. And now I need some agents. A shill. A thief, a tumbler, a thug, a gabbler. Okay, so this is Seblar 13. Lamo 18. Tarjay 17. Rinchen 27. There were no repeats. So that's perfect. So Seblar can be the shill. Lamo can be the thief. The tumbler is Tarjay. What is a tumbler? Dancing, prancing, contorting, and cavorting. Window or wall. I fall like a cat and spring like a sparrow. Then the thug can be Rinchen. Was that already at 100 before I hired him? Let me fire him. No, it was at 88. So the gabbler will be Rinchen instead. Because I can afford to have someone else as the thug. I only need 12 from my thug to reach 100%. So Wozer can be the thug. And I'm at 100% success chance. And now Rinchen will be the gabbler. And the scheme phase should go from 60 days to... what's the math there? 42? But since I have 53 days left, this should go down to 35? Yep. And now this is the first scheme where we can see the secrecy show up. Right now we're at 100% secrecy, but 0 out of 5 breaches. Should the secrecy go down to 0, they will find out I'm the one doing it. Lone Crescent, welcome back. How's the run going? It was good until about 10 minutes ago. But we're doing this one little contract now before we end today's stream to get our mind back into a positive mindset. So this should not take long. How old am I? I'm 20. How old is that treasure hunter? Can I still do it while she's alive? I'm wondering, because she's 59. If she dies, will that contract disappear? She is the contractor. So I think if she dies, I lose the contract. She's severely wounded at the moment, which is a severe health penalty. But her health is fine. It's not poor. So I think I can wait. We're just going to have to do this contract really quickly. As soon as it reaches 100%, regardless of the advantages, we're going to execute the scheme. So let's unpause and let some time go by. I'm going to put this on 5 speed. Let's do this as quickly as possible. Toadying for profit. Our eventual goal is certainly to rob Ngapo Gompa of as much wealth as we can trick him into giving us. But till then, the better he thinks of us, the greater our eventual chances. This doesn't require anything too blatant. Some heartfelt compliments, well-placed laughter, the odd, suitably shocked gasp. Just enough to make Gongpa feel powerful around us. We can do a lot more if he likes us. A diplomacy challenge. Our scheme could get plus 15% maximum success chance. So it'll go from 2 where it currently is to 17, I believe. Or irritation, which will lose us 5. A little social capital couldn't hurt. So rather than the diplomacy challenge, we just spend prestige to get good graces. Or this is beneath me and I lose stress. I don't have stress, first of all. And second of all, this is not beneath me. I took the contract, so this is my job, technically. So to say you're beneath your job, then you shouldn't have taken the job. If you really believe that. And so I think I will spend the prestige to just get it, rather than taking the chance on diplomacy challenges. Yeah, so it went up. Did it go up? I don't know if it went up. Scheme with agents. Automated armies. Okay, this is us getting the 5 advantages. And this is Tarjay getting the nickname The Honest. He is honest. His prowess went up to 20. How did that happen? It wasn't... Oh, rested and refreshed. Yeah, it used to be 19. Okay. I remember that. That's what's up. I just got this game yesterday on sale. Currently playing the tutorial and learning online. I think I'm going to be sinking a lot of hours into this. Yeah, this game definitely requires a lot of hours. So right now I'm over... I think 120 hours of gameplay, and I'm still technically new. For the Crusader Kings community, I'm definitely new at this game. And even before I started playing, before I downloaded it and bought it and set all of this up, I think I want to approximate over 200 hours of watching other people play. So it was, in other words, over 200 hours of watching tutorials on YouTube. They weren't actually tutorials. I was just watching people play that I enjoyed watching. But in the end, it ended up acting as a tutorial. And all of that combined still has me feeling like I'm new at this game. But at the very least, I can understand what stuff does by watching all of that and then playing it. So hopefully you're learning something from watching me play, because that's how I learned how to play. And hopefully you enjoy the game, since you just got it yesterday. Ruin Rambling. Scouting out ahead of the camp, I come across a ramshackle collection of traders. They are gathered around some large but old and ruined buildings, the remaining ones in good condition, having been occupied by the merchants. Their wares are fairly standard, food mostly, being on a well-traveled road that would no doubt attract many purchasers. For some reason I had trouble saying that word. Yet my eye is drawn inexorably towards the grey, pock-marked walls of the ruins. So magnificent they are. The merchants occupy merely the outskirts, but its dilapidated heart remains untouched. Well, let's try my luck in those ruins. I can discover a dusty weapon, a small trinket, or I can discover nothing. Either way, I will get a mental breakdown because I am paranoid and craven, and both of those things do not like that action. Best to stay safe and buy provisions. I gained 292 gold. So that's good. We need provisions for that long, long world tour we're about to go on. So let's buy those provisions. Ooh, I like how fast 5-speed goes. What's this? Plus 25. And I'm continuing my efforts to sway him. Is there anyone else I could be swaying instead? Followers. Plus 70, plus 100, plus 100. He's at plus 75. Tarjay's at plus 47. Wozer's at plus 38. Oh, we have a little child. Is he hunchback? Is that why it looks that way? He is. That's unfortunate. Oh, my personal physician. And Lamo, who's whole of body. So the kid could have inherited quick and instead decided to become hunchback. I don't know whose genes had that in their genetics, but neither of them are hunchback, so I don't know how he got that. That's unfortunate. Oh well. They're going to have plenty more children because both of them have fertility boosts. His seducer trait gives him plus 20% to fertility. And her whole of body trait gives her 20% to fertility as well. So they should have plenty more children. She's only 29. And it looks like Rinchen is at plus 75, so I don't need to sway him anymore. Wozer is my bodyguard, just like Rinchen. Oh no, Rinchen is no longer my bodyguard. Wozer is my bodyguard, so let's have him like me a little more. We'll sway him instead. And that should abandon the sway scheme on Rinchen. Did I get another position? Master of Arms, yes, because of the Proving Grounds. So Rinchen can be my Master of Arms. And this should be free, right? Yes, it's free. As long as I'm in a camp, these positions will be free. So should I hire a Caravan Master while I'm at it? Oh, no one's good at it. And I still don't have a good stooge. Okay, this is fine. Wozer is an average bodyguard. I don't like that, but I don't want to fire him. And I was looking at something else. I just can't remember what I was looking at. For sure, I like I talk to everything. You should upload on YouTube if you don't already. Yeah, well, yes, I do upload on YouTube, but what I upload is the stream. After I finish streaming, I upload the entire stream up to YouTube. I don't actually edit my streams to make YouTube videos. But if you go to my channel on YouTube, at A Squared Gamer, just like my Twitch, you should be able to find all of my streams there from all my previous gameplays and playthroughs. I've been uploading every single one to YouTube because I knew that Twitch does not keep my old VODs, and I would like to have all of my old playthroughs available for anyone who would like to watch. And so I upload them all to my YouTube channel. But what was it that I was doing? Camp followers. There was something I was going to do. I just can't remember what it was. Oh well. Let's unpause and let this keep going. We're almost at 100% here. A follower's heart. Leader Zappa, my leader. I have met the most enchanting woman here in Nialam. My follower Selbar the stranger stumbles as he addresses me. Her family will not let us marry without me paying a sizable dowry, he stutters sadly. Please, help me. Well, that sentence didn't stutter, but I stuttered while I was saying it. And so, the game somehow clocked me. I don't know how it did it, but it did. So, he's 32, she's 22. He wants to marry her. She is generous, callous, and forgiving. 4-star Grey Eminence, that's great. Kirati. Mundham. That is a new one. In the Himalayas. Okay. Which is where we are. I mean, I will help, but 58 gold is a lot. He becomes my friend and gains 50 opinion of me, but he's already at 100. Let's see if she's willing to run away with you. And it's an intrigue challenge with my, what, 30 plus intrigue? 36 intrigue. I don't know. I might have the highest intrigue in the world at the moment. But yeah, so that is definitely going to succeed. 98.9% chance. Selbar still becomes my friend and gains 50 opinion of me. So that's still the same. I just don't have to spend any gold. Everything else is the same, though, as the first option. Or not my problem. Yeah, no. It's 99%, which is not 100. And I usually like to say if it's not 100, then it's a 50-50. However, the chance of failure is 0. And if it's 0, then it's 0. So you don't have to worry about that. Ooh, okay. So she joined me. They got married. And he became my friend. Perfect. Yep. I helped him in marrying. He became my friend. I'm now known as the Backstab. Oh, this nickname is for me. Okay. My leader, have you heard what they call you? My follower Sangieka says to me while running a hand through her hair. They call you Leader Zappa the Backstabber. Not what you would call flattering, perhaps, but it's unlikely that you can do anything to change it. For what it's worth, I promise not to call you by that name, Sangieka says and smiles. Man, I smile just reading it. The Backstabber? What? Preposterous. She gains 5 opinion on me. I lose 150 prestige. Now, let's see what this nickname does. Many knives, literal and figurative, have been slipped between shoulder blades at your behest. Just because I convinced my followers' lady lover to run away with him and elope and abandon her family, like, I don't know why that would make me a backstabber. My scheme has 10 advantages. And I'm almost at 100%. As soon as I get to 100, I'm executing this. Cool, bro. I'll definitely check it out. You should definitely consider making YouTube shorts too. It's a great way to increase visibility to your channel. Yes. I have considered it. And I do want to do it. I do want to make some shorts, but this is my hobby at the moment, and having to work the 9 to 5, I don't have time. But I have looked into it. I've been familiarizing myself with editing, and at some point in the future, there may be some YouTube shorts and some YouTube videos, some shorter form YouTube videos as well. Learning on the job. Of those I've chosen to involve in this little contract, Lamo is probably not the absolute most skilled. Still, she's clearly applying herself, determined not to let my efforts go to waste, with the aim of improving her skill in matters of diplomacy. But bettering yourself is costly, but helps us all in the end. Okay, so this is the same thing we saw earlier. I can tell her she can go further, but she gains a lot of stress. Ooh, a critical stress break. Or every agent gains 15 opinion of me, but she loses 30 of me. Or the plan goes well, and we gain 20 days of progress. That's perfect. Yeah, I don't really care about her diplomacy at the moment. Yeah, no, it's not important. So the plan goes well. Oh, we're at 94, not at 100. So let's one more week until we can execute the scheme. I'll lower the speed to 4. Crimes of passion. Rounding a little cluster of tents as I leave the edge of the proving grounds, I come across a gaggle of followers having dinner around a small hearth. Curiously, both Kieden and Lamo are amongst them, neither of whom particularly enjoy one another's company. Before I have time to ponder such a strange quirk of seating, Lamo mutters something inaudible. That's not a word, it should be inaudible. Only for the whisper to send Kieden into a blind rage. With a flash, a weapon is drawn, and blood about to be spilled. So I can arrest her and send her to the stocks, but she is my contractor, I do still need her. Let them play this out, but one of them will definitely die. Or I can intervene, 60% chance I put a halt to it, and they both gain 40 opinion of me, or a 39% chance they both lose 20 opinion of me, and both are wounded. They'll still be in the positive, so that's fine. So I'll intervene. Hopefully I put a halt to this. Awesome. Blows are thrown regardless. They're both wounded. The last thing I need is for Kieden to be wounded. She's already severely wounded. Oh no. It looks like she was healed and then she was wounded again. So that's good. Oh, because of my personal physician. It healed her previously severely wounded state. That's good to know now. Hopefully she survives a little longer. I still need her to go on the world tour. Let's get the last. Now we're at 100%. Execute the scheme. Execute with confidence. Trust me, success. What lovely gifts Ngapo Gongpa gives when he's in the mood. A very worthwhile return on my time. Though sadly, perhaps not on his. Ah well, can't be helped. A fool and his money and all that. Of course, he'll figure it out shortly, or someone will finally manage to explain what's happened to the good Ngapo, but it doesn't matter. We got ours, and we'll be off before daybreak. We've a long path ahead of us. So I just took 107 gold from him. He lost 60 opinion of me, but he also gained the gullible trait for 4 years, -4 to diplomacy. End your scheme to defraud Ngapo Gongpa, and I gain 10 experience in Trickster. So let's go back home. Okay, so we are home. My Gallows Bait Trickster is not at level 1 yet. I got 10 experience, but we need 20 for level 1. And so our next act, let's see, are there any contracts around here that I want? Ooh, what's this? Fight corruption. What is this? This is... It doesn't say what it is. Is that what does that lock represent? Is this a martial contract? Is this a diplomacy contract? I think it's a martial and prowess contract, and I do not want to take that. And it doesn't look like I can see any other contracts near my area. And so now it's time for the world tour to the Byzantine Empire. I got you. Okay, just thank you for the sub, Lone Crescent. I appreciate it. Hopefully you find the videos enjoyable, because that is what matters in the end. So now it's time for this world tour. And you know what? Doing that contract really helped, because I got out of that mind space where I was about to rage quit and just end stream. So I do not want to invalidate the contract, no. What I want is to organize the travel. So I was about to press organize travel, and this feeling just welled up from within me of I don't know what, but yeah, I am not still in the proper mind space to do this. So this feels like a great stopping point for today's stream. Next time, tomorrow, I'll be streaming. I'll start stream at the same time, 4:30 US Eastern. And this will be the first thing we do when we start stream. We will organize this travel and go on the world tour, because it takes way too long a time, because I want to hit every single point of interest on the way to this area over here in the Byzantine Empire where we're going to travel. Because every point of interest gives you lifestyle experience in different things. What's going on? Oh, I'm dropping frames. Okay, that's perfect then, because I'm ending stream anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, every point of interest along the way gives you experience in a certain lifestyle of that point of interest choice. The point of interest decides what to give you experience in, not you. So even though my lifestyle focus is currently intrigue, I will gain experience in one of the other focus trees, depending on which point of interest I hit. Plus, it also gives you experience, every point of interest does, in the traveler trait. So this bar will start going up as well. And because of that, I want to hit as many points of interest as possible on my trip. However, last time we tried this, it extended my trip, which would have taken 2 years if I just went most efficient, fastest route there and back. It would have taken 2 years. But after hitting all the points of interest on my way there, before I even decided how to make my way back, it had already ballooned my trip time to 5 years. So this world tour is going to take a long time. And so that seems like a really good plan for tomorrow. Next stream, we'll focus on that point of interest. For now, I feel like we'll end today's stream at a pretty natural stopping point. Thank you everyone who hung out. This title screen was a jump scare for me, because my previous playthrough I had an entire royal court, and it's been a long time since I've seen the tents in the background of my camp. So I got jump scared there for a second. But yeah, this is good image for this new start that we're having today. Playing as Zappa here. First day of a new playthrough. Hopefully all of you enjoyed it. Again, thank you everyone for watching. And I'll just shout out my socials while I'm at it. You don't have to pay attention if you don't want to, but my Instagram, my YouTube, and my Twitch are all at A Squared Gamer. Check me out on any one of those. I post whenever I'm going live on YouTube and Instagram. So if you follow me on one of those, you'll be able to catch that notification right as I go live. I also have a Twitter where I post when I'm going live as well. The @ is A Squared GMR because A Squared Gamer was taken. But I would appreciate it if you give me a follow on any of them. Twitter, I don't really care whether you follow me or not. But YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, I'd appreciate a follow. Thanks again for people who followed, people who chatted, people who just hung out, lurked in the background. And I feel like that's it. Have a good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever time it is in your part of the world. And hopefully everything will go good until we see each other again tomorrow. So thank you all for hanging out.